We are on the air. Hip, 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 hip. Folks, please, can I have quiet in the room? We're on the air. We concluded the executive session. It was legally opened. We did not take any formal action, and we will not have any formal action or discussion related to the executive session in this board meeting, but we are now adjourned in open session again. Anyone who wants to stand with us for the Pledge of Allegiance may do so. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a very full room, and I'm going to make sure and restate as a couple of things. I need silence in the gallery, either pro or con. Outbursts or reactions are not permitted. We need folks to act with decorum throughout. I expect it of all of you. I think that's all a wonderful thing that Estes Park is very good at. So we'll get to the appropriate time of public comment on whatever the issues we have, but let's all do it with politeness and civility to all. I could add that to the Pledge of Allegiance. I have a proclamation as the first item that we have on here, and I will read it in its entirety. Whereas in 1975, a group of dedicated community leaders in Fort Collins saw the need to establish a community foundation to receive gifts and make impactful grants to improve arts and cultural offerings and people's experience in the growing community. And whereas in 1999, the Estes Valley joined other northern Colorado communities to enrich their nonprofit sector and quality of life for its residents. And whereas over the years, the Estes Valley Community Fund has distributed $1.1 million through more than 260 grants into the community to support the nonprofit sector, serving its residents and natural environment. And whereas philanthropic giving creates impact while leaving a legacy and inspiring new generosity, and whereas in 2025, the NOCO Foundation is celebrating its 50th anniversary and is recognizing the thoughtful generosity and long-term investments in the communities it serves, such as Estes Park, and whereas community philanthropy, large and small, makes a difference today and for future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Board of Trustees of the Town of Estes Park proclaim 2025 as the Year of Philanthropy, and thank all citizens who are participating in this year's celebration of philanthropy and support efforts to increase the quality of life now and for future generations. There you go. I like proclamations. We are going to move on to the agenda approval. Are there, from the trustees, any changes or additions in the agenda? And seeing none, I will take a motion.
I'll move to approve the agenda as stated.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Sinak moved to approve the agenda as written. Trustee Hazelton seconded. We can vote. The agenda is approved unanimously as written.
Mr. Mayor, we have some people came a long ways for the proclamation. Could we just recognize them?
Oh, absolutely.
Quite a ways because of this is a big thing for that. So, thank you.
Is there anybody specific
that? Right here in the front, please. Thank you.
Actually, if you could turn on the microphone, press that middle button, and then identify and say some words.
You bet. Thank you so much. My name is Kristen Todd, and I have the honor of serving as the president and CEO of the NOCO Foundation. And we are celebrating 50 years of philanthropy. 25 of that, the Estes Valley has been part of our efforts, and many of you in this room have been part of those efforts over the years in supporting the community, the nonprofit sector. You have such a vibrant nonprofit sector here in the Valley, and we are honored to be able to be part of that, of improving the quality of life. And in addition to the $1.1 million that has been invested in the Estes Valley through the community fund, we also, in looking back at the historical numbers, the Community Foundation, through its donors, has invested about $7 million in the Estes Valley over the years. So we're just really thrilled to be in partnership with all of you and in partnership with the impact that we're all making together in philanthropy, and appreciate so much the opportunity to be here and be recognized, and thank you so much. And this is my colleague,
And I'm
Claire.
Claire, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, we just are really thrilled to be here tonight, and we're going across all of Larimer County and into eastern Colorado this year with a year of, special year of philanthropy. So thanks for your participation.
And thanks, I forgot to ask whether there were attendees, and being that you're here, I don't need to keep this.
And thank you all for all attending for this.
We'll actually now go to public comment for items not on the agenda. Any public comments on quasi-judicial items must be reserved for the appropriate public hearing. Does any member of the public request to speak on a non-agenda item? And we have some. You can come up to the microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes, and state your name and address.
Melissa, will you turn on the mic? Sorry. It's just that middle button at the bottom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. All right, I'll start again. Melissa Wood, 1601 High Drive. The following remarks are addressed to Trustees Sinek, Youngland, Brown, and Mayor Hall, and concern the vote to remove Belle Morris from the Transportation Advisory Board on June 10th. Belle Morris has been with TAB from the very beginning, starting in 2013 as Vice Chair and Chair, most recently elected as Chair in March of this year. That makes 12 continuous years of service as a volunteer citizen. On March 11th, the Public Works staff informed you that no changes were being proposed to the paid parking program for 2025. Liaison Eigel then misrepresented TAB's position on paid parking to the town board, saying that because TAB hadn't expressly supported the continuation of the program, that meant they were opposed to it. This was flatly untrue and no joke. Several TAB members consider Eigel's report to be a willful misrepresentation of the facts because he has long opposed paid parking. As of the March 25th TAB meeting, Belle Morris called out Eigel for his misrepresentation, and at the April TAB meeting, the majority of those present agreed with the Public Works staff recommendation and continued their support for paid parking. This should have raised a red flag. Eigel misrepresented TAB to the town board and took no responsibility for that. Here's where the story goes dark. After a contentious TAB meeting in May, Eigel decided to take revenge and called for a vote to have Bell removed from TAB. Two trustees, Hazelton and Lancaster, spoke out against this drastic measure. Eigel got emotional and accused them of being disloyal to him by not accepting his version of events at the May meeting unconditionally. 4 current and former TAB members have asserted on the record, in writing, and at the meeting that the problem in this case is not Belle Morris, but Eigel, who has been a divisive and disruptive influence, their words. This should have raised a second red flag. Might you have asked yourselves, could there be more to the story than what Eigel is reporting? Remember, she was elected vice chair and chair for 12 continuous years. As of April 1st, Mayor Hall reported to my husband that there had been no complaints about her. Unfortunately, the 4 of you voted with Eigel to remove her from TAB, thereby enabling Eigel to avoid any responsibility for his misrepresentation to the board and simultaneously exact revenge on Belle Morris for having called him out. You were used. This is a painful reminder of what is going on in our current political climate. Someone is called out for poor behavior, they deny any responsibility, they label themselves as victims, and they accuse those who don't support their version of events as traitors, and then they seek vengeance. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Those of you who voted with Trustee Agel did not do your due diligence, and you have caused harm. However, I would remind the four of you that it is never too late to do the right thing. One last thing. If I were a person like Liaison Eigel, I would take the June 10th vote as a win and go home whistling a happy tune. I think, however, that that won't be the case. Liaison Eigel will very likely respond to my comments with a torrent of righteous indignation. Should that be the case, I ask you, all of you, to listen carefully to what he doesn't say. There will be no admission of his part in all of this. There will be no apology to TAB for misrepresenting, and there will be no apology to Bell Morris. And by not saying those things, he says it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public comments for items not on the agenda? Come on down. You'll probably want to pull that microphone down a little bit there.
Is it still on?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll need your name.
I'll do that.
All right.
As she said.
And I'll give you the 2 minutes left, 1 minute left signal.
Okay, okay. My name is Linda Hannick. I live at 315 Bighorn Drive, and I served on the Transportation Advisory Board for 7 years. My comments are in response to the last town board meeting. To say I was disappointed and offended is putting it mildly. When the last agenda item that night was directed pointedly toward the firing of Bell Morris as chair of TAB and the subsequent discussion of sunsetting TAB. First, I was disappointed. We elect trustees to fulfill their role in a democratic environment, conduct the business of town, and as a result, make this a better place for residents to live and visitors to enjoy. What I experienced at the last meeting was more like Trustee Eigel's personal vendetta against TAB and Bell Morris, and as he spoke about her with impunity. The role of a TAB liaison is to be an open communication avenue between the trustees and the committee. He chose to use his role as an adversarial role to discredit the work Bell and TAB have diligently done. Secondly, the chair of the committee is chosen by the committee members, not chosen or fired by the town board. Isn't that how it's supposed to work in a democratic government? Secondly, I was disappointed because TAB has provided citizens an opportunity to volunteer and provide citizen input regarding solutions for our town's transportation challenges, not only for today and 2025, but for 2035 and 2045. This isn't a one and done thing. Yes, the loop is completed, the roundabouts are completed, the highway resurfacing is finished, paid parking is working well, and we have a great parking garage. But this doesn't mean we're done. We haven't seen nothing yet. I am disappointed and a lot of other people who have served on TAB for 13 years of existence have freely given our time to work for our community. And for the trustees to say it's not a necessary committee was a slap in the face to the work and to citizen input. I'm offended that Trustee Eigel misrepresented the truth to other trustees regarding TAB. We did not write a letter of recommendation because nothing changed for 2025. He also stated Bell wrote every letter voicing her opinions, which is totally untrue also. Several of us worked on those letters to the town board during my TAB tenure, 5 that I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know how many before I got on. I just want to set the record straight. TAB should be reorganized, but do not sunset it. There are and will continue to be transportation challenges to address in our narrow valley with limited streets. But our community has a lot of smart people with a lot of talents that would like to help. And finally, there should be a different liaison, one who wants to make it work with TAB and with the town board. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments for items not on the agenda?
My name is Wally Wood. I live at 1601 I Drive. I've been on the TAB board for about 1 year. I just want to remind you of two things. I reread all the letters for that agenda item for the trustees last week or 2 weeks ago. And in my time on TAB, I was not aware of people being mistreated or not being listened to and having their comments belittled. Meetings went pretty well until March. Then we had that surprise announcement that apparently we were against the paid parking program, and it surprised everybody there. There was no member of TAB during that time who said, let's revisit paid parking, because I never liked that idea in the first place. I looked through all the letters and speeches that you heard at the last meeting. No member of TAB, no one from Public Works said, remove that member from the board. There were 4 people who had served on TAB that said, it's time for a different liaison. And you trustees can choose a different liaison if you want to. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with public comments for items not on the agenda? I don't see any. We'll proceed. Town board comments and liaison reports. Trustee Eigel.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up to a TAB meeting from just after our last town board meeting. The conversation at TAB was robust, as they say. It was a conversation about the 2 transportation plans coming up for conversation later this evening as action items. One of the recommendations that I made was that TAB members each include in the letter to share with the town board their perspective as independent members of that board, so we can hear from the public versus just one voice that summarizes everything that's coming out of that board. So that's in your packet tonight to review as you consider those 2 transportation programs that we're going to be voting on. So the question I have for you to take back in conversation with TAB is the liaison does not participate in the conversation at TAB. Liaison listens, communicates between the 2. Is that format desirable? We have talked about it before, and that was something that we talked about being valuable. So after having now looked at one of those letters, I just want to get feedback on that from you at some point. And then another part of the conversation is, what is the best role of TAB in an advisory capacity to this town board? It was established as an advisory board to give input on issues that come before this decision-making body. TAB has evolved and changed a little bit over the years, and there's been conversation at multiple levels, including staff, trustees, on TAB, what's the best capacity that that group can serve in. So we need to define that so the Transportation Advisory Board knows what the target is, and we can have effective communication between the 2 groups. So that would be, and I think that's a future study session item. Is that accurate?
July 8th.
It will be a report and discussion item on July 8th due to
Okay.
the load on our study sessions
Okay,
over the
thanks.
next month and a half or so.
So it's coming up. That concludes my report with TAB. I also met with the PD Auxiliary. PD Auxiliary serves to support police department functions, group of volunteers who come out for a lot of different activities. They bear the responsibility for lost and found. They do all the property handling, cataloging. So they have their hands full. And they're deciding, are there important things and unimportant things that go into that log? But they deal with those things that come through. So they are working hard on that end. They also have a lot of service hours coming up this summer with all the activities. And one of the hot topics at the last meeting was the 4th of July. So with the 4th of July being on a Friday and Loveland canceling their events, they're expecting to be very busy. So they're plotting out their calendar to be able to serve the community. As we're all trying to navigate shortcuts home, they are staying out late to make sure everybody safely gets through town. So thanks to the PD Auxiliary up front for that volunteer service. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. On Tuesday, I attended the Planning Commission meeting. Not much more to say about that, other than we do have 2 applicants and some people are gonna, Trustee Hazelton and I, hopefully next week or sometime, we're gonna be doing those interviews. We really want to get that board filled. It's hard with it being not filled to capacity, so that's an important job we need to have. Friday afternoon, I attended the groundbreaking and dedication of the Habitat for Humanity homes on Raven Avenue. That was really fun, particularly because the family that's going to live in the home was there. It was really neat to meet them. And it's usually they have it farther along. It was pretty rough inside. It was just framed out. But they're working on it. They're putting it together. It's just exciting to see this family with their kids looking at their home and it's coming together. So neat project. That's a great example, I think, of a small infill project that was done really well. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to help the middle school plant in their detention pond and in their area and do a bunch of plantings as well. In my role as representing a CSU as a master gardener, taught them where to put the plants, what plants went in the right place. They were very interested. That was really fun too. So I'm getting a real affinity for that project. And lastly, this is kind of a personal one. What was supposed to be a nice afternoon downtown last week with friends turned out differently when a good friend of ours, we were walking downtown and their 4-year-old was attacked by a dog pretty seriously, which is bad, obviously. But what I do want to do is a shout out. Community services officers were there very quickly, responded, helped out. They helped with first aid, stabilize the child, called in the EMTs, our EMT and response people from the hospital got there right away. They were great with the family. 4-year-old was obviously very upset, distraught, so was the parents. Worked with the child, just amazing how they did it with him. Took him to the emergency room. The folks in the emergency room were just wonderful, treated them well. She unfortunately had to be transported by ambulance to Children's Hospital for emergency surgery. But I just want to do a shout out to our community services officer, our code enforcement officer, who's the police officer who responded, and to the EMTs. We have got some great emergency services people in this town. And, sorry, I'm so proud to be associated with them, even in a small way. And I'm going to shut up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sinek.
I wasn't planning on this, but just to piggyback on this, after being a veterinarian for 34 years, there are places for dogs and there are places for not dogs. And there are aggressive dogs and non-aggressive dogs, but I just urge people to think about even non-aggressive dogs can get anxiety in crowds. There are places for dogs and there are places for not dogs. And I will get on my soapbox every time about that, because not only are you affecting this little girl's life for the rest of her life, and my brother was bit in the face when he was a little kid, and he to this day is afraid of dogs. So you're also affecting your dog and everybody else around you. So please, as a public service announcement, remember there are places for dogs and there are places for not dogs. As much as we think they're family members, they're not in that sense. They're not welcome in places, so just be careful. Anyway, off my soapbox. So I have a Visit Estes Park meeting this Thursday. On Thursday afternoon, Trustee Eigel and I have a trustee talk at 5:30 in this room. So please come. Trustee talks are really nice, an informal time to just talk about things in town, and usually quite uninhibited about what you want to say, but usually not a BITCH session. They're usually more just a discussion and a time to talk as people, one-on-one, which is kind of really nice. Sorry if I didn't want to use that word. Rooftop Rodeo is July 5th through July 10th, 7 p.m. nightly. Come on out. The rodeo is going to be it's just a great time. You've never been to a rodeo. We have one of the best in the country, so please come out. The Rooftop Royalty competition is this weekend when they decide on our queens and our attendance. The parade is on Monday the 7th at 10 a.m. So if you're planning on driving anywhere at 10 a.m. on Monday, I'd just maybe think about doing a little bit later. But other than that, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee Youngland.
Thank you, Mayor. Last Friday, went to Loveland or Fort Collins along with Mayor and Trustee Hazelton and Brown. We all attended the PRPA afternoon meeting with all the citizens, the 4 communities that own PRPA: Estes Park, Loveland, Longmont, and Fort Collins. And it was a very good meeting, first in its history, that we all 4 of the communities were there to have an open discussion and how to move forward. So that was very, very nice.
And Trustee Brown was there too.
I said that.
She said
Oh, did you say that? Oh, okay, I missed
Yeah,
it.
I think we were the highest representative community there, even out of Fort Collins, and that's where it was. It was a hot one down there, but we went. As far as my liaison responsibilities, I'm liaison to the sister cities, and I wanted to thank the fellow trustees, mayor, and staff for passing the agenda or something, sorry. A couple weeks ago, they passed took action on a peace poll and also a informative plaque for our guests and our residents to read about the sister cities and what our sister city's all about, Monteverde, and kind of educate and be more informative. So thank you guys for doing that. Thursday, I meet with down in Fort Collins, the Opioid Abatement Council that I sit on. We'll meet Thursday, but we meet monthly, and reports and distribution of funds are rolling right along. We have been recognized, we meaning that Regional Opioid Abatement Council has been recognized throughout the state and even further for our transparency and our work that we've done as a council. So it's just been amazing being able to push these funds out to the different nonprofits that can help in the sectors of harm reduction and just the whole gamut of the crisis. So we have gotten all of our 2024 funds, which we were hoping as it rolls through the year. We know we're supposed to be getting them, but we don't know when we'll actually get them, and we have received all of them. So that was really good news. So anyway, that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Hazelton.
Yeah, a few things tonight. First, I just wanted to disclose to this board that I recently did join the NOCO Foundation Board, who we just did the proclamation for tonight. That is representative only of myself individually, not of this board. Just as a resident from the Estes Valley who has had a history in nonprofits, but I did just want to acknowledge and thank the town clerk's office and the mayor for the proclamation. It's a great organization that really cares a lot about Estes and obviously Northern Colorado, so grateful for them. Visit Estes Park, as Marie mentioned, we have our monthly meeting this Thursday. A couple of notable items on the agenda is that we'll hear the results of our 2024 financial audit. very exciting, so you can come and listen to that. But more exciting, I think, is the 2025 Economic Impact of Travel Study. There's a sneak peek about it at this morning's community roundtable that I also attended. And there's just some really interesting stuff talking about how much our visitors spend, how much that impacts what we then have to contribute or don't have to contribute in terms of taxes for services, just really good info about what's happening with tourism in the Estes Valley. So I'm looking forward to getting to hear that again from the board level. I also requested, and I think I mentioned this at our last meeting, but I requested that we begin the discussion of the next CEO search. So that'll be a topic on the agenda as well. The community roundtable, I just wanted to mention a couple more items, and I won't go into full detail just for sake of time. But the tourism master plan, I've talked about that in my liaison reports before. They are well on their way in starting to craft some recommendations. Clarity of Place is the consulting firm that's working on that plan. Conducted a stakeholder survey that returned 113 responses, and then a resident sentiment survey which returned 458 responses. So I'm thankful that folks gave their opinion that way. There was also a community visioning session, so I think people showed up for that and provided their feedback about what they'd like to see for a master plan for tourism in the Estes Valley. So once those recommendations have been built, they will come before the staff and the board. There'll be plenty of public opportunity, and I'll continue to keep folks updated because I think it's really valuable to have town board perspective and obviously our community involved, certainly our businesses and residents alike. So please stay tuned for that. Restorative justice, we have our monthly meeting this Thursday morning, so I'll be reporting at the next meeting about that. But in the meantime, I'd like to encourage folks to attend tomorrow night's Development Code open house from 4 to 7 I think it's at the museum, if I remember correctly. I've mentioned before that Restorative Justice works with the library on our community conversations program, a way for folks in the community to sit down and kind of discuss tricky issues together and come to terms with different sides of the aisle, different perspectives on an issue. And so RJ will be present at that open house tomorrow, which is why I mentioned as part of my liaison report. But I just hope folks will take the opportunity to go to that open house and get started with their involvement early in the process. Cindy mentioned PRPA, so I won't say anything else about that, but I will end on a warm and fuzzy feeling that I just want to acknowledge publicly our Parks Department, Ellie and her team, and Brian and all those folks for the beautiful flowers. It is my favorite time of year to cruise around downtown. I specifically try to go to different areas of town to look at the different beds as everything's getting put in place, and man, they are just stunning. So I just wanted to give them props publicly because it really makes our downtown so, so beautiful. So thanks to the Parks team.
Thank you, Trustee Brown.
I'd echo that on the flowers. I'm a big flowers fan, so it's beautiful here. I've got just a few things. I also attended the Planning Commission meeting to get a sense of what people were saying about various things. And as mentioned, I was at the PRPA meeting, and I might mention that this community is very fortunate to be a part owner of a utility that generates power. That's very unusual for a municipality to have ownership like that. And it gives us a sense of control and input that you wouldn't normally have with the power transmission and generation companies. So we're very fortunate to have that. We've been around for 52 years, I think it is, and looks like we're going to try to be around for at least another 50. So it's a great asset for the community. It is decarbonizing our energy mix, and it is not, it is independent, totally independent, and owned by these 4 communities. I also wanted to highlight the meeting Thursday on the Development Code at the museum.
Wednesday.
Huh?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Oh, Wednesday. Oh, good. Sorry, Wednesday. Anyway, that's an important thing. And one last thing, I wanted to mention that when we were talking about the tab board, I did not hear Trustee Eigel suggesting that there was no support for paid parking at the tab board. He really just only identified that there was not a letter, that there had been a letter in the past. And, you know, what do you make of that? And he may You might make many things of it, but I think it would be unfair to say he miscategorized the actions of the TAB board on that regard. So with that, I will complete.
It helps the Parks Department that we had such a rainy end of spring too, so wonderful thing. There are so much green and so much lush undergrowth everywhere, and I know it often dries out in July or August, but right now it's just incredible. I'll make a couple comments. Trustee Eigel made reference to the fact that on the July 8th board meeting, we'll have a report and discussion about TAB, and we'll have a chance to discuss futures, et cetera. I do want to publicly thank Belle for her time, her energy, her foresight, insight. She brought so much to that. She actually does a lot of other things in this town too, with the marathon and other stuff that I worked with her on several years ago. So just public thanks to her for the work that she did. I also want to thank the TAB for delivering the transportation plan with the several different comments, one from each of the members. I found that illuminating and useful. It did not scare me away from the transportation plan, but added a few other dimensions about pros and cons. And we'll be discussing that transportation plan later in this session. And finally, I want to mention that the action that was proposed and taken was legal. It was within the bylaws. The vote was democratic and was done. And I've been on the losing end of votes up here. I've been on the winning end of votes, if you want to look at it like that, either which way. But I respect the democratic process, and that did occur with that action and that vote. However, that session could have and should have been handled better after midnight on July 10th. Actually, it was July 11th by then. And that buck stops with me. I'm the one who managed these sessions, and it could have and should have been managed better. The end result may have been the same regardless, and the end result was democracy. But I will take the responsibility for that session not being handled quite as well humanistically as it should have been. And that's all I have to say about that. We are going to move on to the Town Administrator Mahalik's report.
Thank you, Mary. Only one item tonight. Next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are likely to be extremely busy in town. A combination of the 4th of July starting on Friday, some nearby fireworks cancellations, and the rooftop rodeo starting are likely to present a significant influx of people for town. I do want to highlight, there was a news release that went out today. Anyone can opt into updates on traffic, parking, the 9:30 p.m. fireworks, and more from Estes Park officials by texting EP Events, all caps, to 888-777. Those of you who have been around town a while will remember this is the opt-in to LEDA's voluntary messaging system. Again, that is EP EVENTS, EP Events, to 888-777. It's a great opportunity to get live action information with regard to what's going on in town that day. That's all I have tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. I will read the consent agenda in full. We have 5 items on it. 1, expenditure approval list, bills. I like that you actually put a descriptive name on there so I don't have to improvise every time. Item 2, town board meeting and study session minutes dated June 10th, 2025. Item 3, Resolution 6325, Amendment 7 to the agreement with Safe Built Colorado LLC, revising the town's collected permit fees from 0% to 10% and extending the term to December 31st, 2026 for building services. Item 4, Resolution 6425, renew a memorandum of understanding with Headwaters Economics Incorporated regarding participation in the Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire Program. And item 5, Resolution 6525, memorandum of understanding with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office to complete pre-employment background investigations for police personnel. Does any member of the public, including the trustees, request to have an item removed from the consent agenda? And Trustee Brown.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we remove item 3 from the consent agenda.
Let's see, remind me, Town Attorney, I don't think I need approval on that. We're good to go.
It just comes off and is dealt
Yep,
with as the
okay,
first item
we'll push that forward. Can I have a motion? Are there any other comments on the consent agenda for removal of items? Can I have a motion to approve the modified consent agenda?
Mayor, I would move that we approve the consent agenda, with the exception of item 3 that we'll deal with right afterwards.
I second.
Trustee Eigel has moved to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 3. Trustee Brown seconded. Are there other comments? I see none. Let's vote. Consent agenda approved with the removal of item 3. We'll now consider item 3 as a separate action item. And again, that's Resolution 6325. It's the amendment to the agreement with Safe Built. Trustee Brown, do you want to make initial comments or questions? Okay. Director Caressia, thank you.
Mayor, trustees, this item is an amendment to the contract. Last time we met, we had extended it, and also we were going to discuss new terms with Safe Built. So over the last several months, we have been talking with them, going over a couple different fee schedules. And what we did come up with after our discussion is what's before you tonight. So basically, the town operates now, we return 100% of collected building fees to Safe Built. So now it would be 90-10, so the town would retain 10%. So I believe last year we did about $400,000 in building permit revenue, which was then returned to Safe Built. Under this model, we would have kept about $40,000. So that's the proposal before you tonight. Proposal also would extend these terms through the end of 26.
When does their term currently end?
End of this month.
End of this month?
Yes, sir.
Comments or questions to the director?
So I'm not sure how this integrates with what the town does, but obviously we've got some major things happening at the Stanley that I presume they will be paying various fees to the town in connection with that, and including a addition of 65 rooms to the hotel and then the film center, and that is likely to generate substantial fees going forward, perhaps higher than historically we have. And I do appreciate the fact that Safe Built was willing to reduce their portion of the fee, possibly in anticipation of that. But my only thought is that this is something that needs to be reviewed and analyzed, and particularly in terms of the time commitments of Safe Built to what we do versus, I guess I would just compare it to if we had to provide that service internally, which I think is part of the approach that is taken. But I'm just trying to look ahead to see whether 90-10 will be appropriate, or whether it's going to, maybe it will generate way more, and they will have a windfall even for the 90-10, which we would as well. So I just think it's something that we need to keep looking at on an ongoing basis. I will certainly support the recommendation of staff on this, but it is an ongoing issue that is an important financial issue to the town to really monitor going forward. Thank you.
Before extending a contract, are we fully satisfied with the services from Safe Build?
Yes, sir.
In looking at other municipalities that bring Safe Build on instead of having their own, is this contract kind of in line with the other communities as far as percentage-wise?
Mayor, trustees, we did look at other cities, towns that utilize Safe Built. It was hard to have an apples to apples comparison because services makeup, the context was so different. We did find that there were few that had 100% return to Safe Built. So that was something that was important to the town that we took to Safe Built, saying that we would like something more equitable, and thus we ended up with the 90-10 split.
Based on this discussion, do I have a motion for this?
I would move to approve Resolution 6325, Amendment 7 to the agreement with Safe Build Colorado LLC.
Second?
We have a motion from Trustee Brown, a second from Trustee Youngland. Is there additional conversation? In that case, we can vote.
I'm still looking for one vote.
The motion passes 6-1. We'll move on to reports. Base funding report for Estes Nonprofit Network. I think we have Outreach Director McPherson.
Good evening. Mayor and trustees, my name is Karen McPherson, now Jackson. I am the network's outreach director. Cato indicated you might be excited to see a new face from the organization tonight. I'm happy to be here to report in on the $25,000 the investment the town of Estes Park made in the Estes Nonprofit Network through base funding. I've been at the network for 8 years, and I really do want to extend my sentiments that we really consider the town as a valued partner in the work that we're doing. We think of the Estes Park table, the four-legged table, as sitting at the table along with the town. Visit Estes Park, the chamber and the economic development work they do. We would suggest that without nonprofits, that table would be pretty wobbly. We appreciate even the recognition tonight of some of the nonprofits that we work with Sister Cities, the Western Heritage Foundation, Restorative Justice, the NOCO Foundation. These are all great contributors to our community, and we're happy to work with them. The nonprofit network has appeared before this board many times to highlight the vital contributions of our local nonprofit industry. By way of reminder to you and so many folks behind me, full house tonight, local nonprofits represent 10% of our annual GDP. The 501c3s in this town alone bring in $103 million in revenue. They serve every aspect of our community: arts and culture, community education, health and human services, environment and conservation, youth and families, and emergency services. If nonprofits vanished, taxpayers would face much higher costs for government to fill those gaps, or corporations would turn essential services into profit-driven offerings. I know this board does not want to be in charge of so many of these services that these nonprofits are offering, which is why I think we have base funding in the first place. So if we agree that in our community, nonprofits are not optional, they are foundational, they are also extremely cost-effective. Part of that is due to the amount of volunteers in this industry. Part of it is due to a diehard belief in shoestring budgets. But to be sure, part of it can be attributed to the unique role of the Estes Nonprofit Network. We create organizational competency. There are about 500 board members in this town. I'm pretty sure that there are many of them in this room. Most of them have no training in board governance, grant writing, or any number of policies required for best practices. About 60% of our nonprofits are volunteer-led, and there are about 630 nonprofit employees in this town. It's a huge employer. However, most come to this work more over passion than they do with resources. So this is where the nonprofit network comes in. We are offering workforce development through education and training. It's exciting to have the nonprofit network in Estes, just like it's exciting, we just noted that we have contributing to power, our own power, right? This is a pretty unique organization. It's our state's only hyper-local capacity builder. We serve as coach, facilitator, and knowledge hub. Earlier I had them pass out, hopefully you guys got this newsletter in front of you on the inside of it, and I'm sorry I didn't bring 150 other copies. I've been working so hard on this thing. But on the inside you'll see the upcoming programs. Specifically with last year's $25,000 investment, ENN has delivered a suite of free, high-impact services that strengthen our nonprofit industry and fuel the economy. You'll see these services summarized on the right-hand side on the top. Under education and convenings, this might be what we're most recognized for. We have had, in the last year, with the money that you've given us, which I really feel like is rippling through this whole industry, we've had 150 individuals attend those offerings. That's 713 hours of training. So that's a lot of education for people who are just looking to serve our community. Institutional structure, governance, and policy. You'll see some examples in there. Along with that, we are often giving out templates. How do you do this? We don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? We also have an orange couch in our office. Some people come in there for one-on-one, what we call nonprofit therapy, which I highly recommend. But we also attend workshops with others, or we'll go do board meetings. I presented on plan giving at a local board recently. Cato worked directly one-on-one with the Dementia Day Program folks who are just starting out. You'll see them mentioned over in how we help avoid duplication in services, which is speaking again to efficiencies. Let's see, we often are working in innovation and access to capital. We have limited donors in this town. I'm sure we've all donated, and we get requests from many organizations to donate. The economic impact study, this is a really important accomplishment for us and for the industry that we represent. This quantifies how nonprofits are driving job creation, intersecting with tourism spending, translating volunteer hours. We've recording $8.2 million in volunteer hours. That's phenomenal. We do hope this data now informs town strategy and future investments. We know other communities, as Cato has gone out and talked about this with other organizations across the state, it's exciting to see them see this study. How can they bring it to their own community? How can they introduce this in their own economic planning? Another thing in that category of innovation and capital access is the Giving Guests program. We have identified tourism income or their contributions to our local services as a potential area for growth. We now have 11 partners, business partners in that program. 3 of them are lodges, 8 are retail partners, offering our customers and visitors the ability to round up at the register. This is a new capital stream for nonprofits. It's given out $36,000 so far through the program. Again, we're trying to find ways to help ease the burden locally, especially in light of how many visitors we have. Stakeholder engagement is something we're really, that's important to us, and information sharing. On the left side, you'll see we just brought El Pomar Foundation to town. They give out specifically to rural nonprofits, and so this was a great match for us to introduce them to some of our local leaders. Prior to that, we had a nonprofit, or we had a foundation roundtable with the Colorado Health Foundation. So just trying to directly connect people with the resources that could be a benefit to them. So together, all these efforts advance economic development in the Estes Valley. By building organizational competency, we're building institutional strength, diversify revenue, and developing workforce skills. Your ongoing partnership is critical. It's appreciated. In a year especially marked by shifting funding streams and policy updates and changes, our community's hunger for capacity building support has intensified, and the nonprofit network is in a unique position to respond to that. 94% of our local nonprofits engage in one way or another with our organization. So I just want to reassure you that as you're investing in the nonprofit network, that really is translating to many people and many organizations. We're just creating momentum. It feels good. We feel really powerful and strong right now, and we appreciate your trust in us as an organization. We're looking forward to doing more great work. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Yeah.
Thank you. I like the nonprofit network, so I happen to be one of your fans. Trustee Brown.
Yeah, I like the nonprofit network too, and I think it's a lot better name than you had before.
It was an acronym that we're not allowed to use anymore.
Yeah, I know.
It's too many
Anyway, I think you create good value for the community. And I noticed, looking at your brochure here, you have a number of different educational things you do, some of which, you know, are also done by the Chamber through the Economic Development Workforce Council, particularly those relating to workforce development, education, and training, maybe a certain extent innovation and capital access. The institutional structure, governance, and policy is certainly right up your alley for that, and appreciate you doing that. I just would like you to think about integrating more with the Economic Development Workforce Council on some of this education, so that we don't have a duplication, and so that we can get really the best speakers and the best audience for that, because I think it would be far more effective if you work together with them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Colleen at the Chamber is an ex officio board member with us. She has great input on some efficiencies. There are certain things that are specific to business and certain things obviously specific to nonprofits.
Right, for sure.
You know, also for everyone here, epnonprofit.org/education is where you can find some of the classes he's referring to. We would love to educate and help as many people as we can, and there are any business, for-profit, or government agency is welcome to come to our classes. Also, they're free for nonprofits. There is a small charge for other folks, but I appreciate your recognition that we do.
Yeah, I think just working together with them would be very appropriate and helpful. I think they can bring some things to the table that you can't, and you can bring things to the table that they can't.
Yes, this is the joy of partnerships.
That's the whole idea of collaboration.
And collaboration, that's right.
Okay.
Amen.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Thank you for your work.
Thank
and the
you.
report.
Appreciate the time.
The next order of business will be the public hearing on Planning Commission Action Item 1A, Ordinance 825, rezoning 685 Peakview Drive from E1 Estate to R Single Family Residential. Frank Tice, CMS Planning and Development. Owner applicant, David Emerson, Habitat for Humanity of the St. Vrain Valley applicant. At this hearing, the Board of Trustees shall consider the information presented during the public hearing from the town staff, from the applicant, public comment, and written comments received on the application. Has any trustee had any ex parte communication regarding this application, which are not part of the board packet? Seeing none, any member of the board may ask questions at any stage of the public hearing, which may be responded to at that time. I declare this public hearing open. We will take the staff report from Mr. Featherston.
Mayor, if I may, before we get started, I just wanted to announce to the board again and to everyone in this room that we did receive a protest petition per Colorado Revised Statute, Section 3123-305, that does require, if that petition is found sufficient, which I did find that sufficient on June 23rd, that this item will require a 2/3 vote, which means 5 would have to be in favor in order for any item to pass on this particular item. So wanted to make sure that was known up front.
Thanks. I also neglected to mention that there is a sign-up sheet for public comment over to audience left, stage right.
And I think it's Hornbeck, the other Paul, not Featherston. We had Featherston earlier, but.
Too many Pauls. Yeah, you're right. Should have looked at you. Okay, Mr. Hornbeck.
Thank you, Mayor and trustees. The request before you is to rezone 685 Peakview Drive from E1 to R. The subject property is approximately 4.5 acres. It contains a single residence built in 1965. The site is moderately sloped. Average grades appear to be around 10%. The site is located outside all mapped hazard areas as defined by the Estes Park Development Code, including flood, fire, and geologic. The site is located within an important wildlife habitat area. Per the 96 comp plan, it is shown as a high-use area for deer and is just outside the area mapped as a high-use area for elk. There has been considerable recent history on this property regarding development applications. In 23, there was an application to rezone the subject property and the adjoining, there's 3 adjoining lots that were subdivided. So the previous concept included the entirety of the former parcel. And that request was to rezone to R1, which allows 8 units an acre as a density, and included a concept for 30 single-family homes. The applicant withdrew that application and then submitted a request to rezone the western 1.8 acre portion from E1 to E, which allows 2 units per acre, with a concept to develop 3 half-acre lots. Town Board denied that rezoning request in September of 23. The applicant subsequently submitted a subdivision application to create 3 1-acre lots on the western portion, and that application was approved, and 2 of those lots do have homes under construction at this time. The zoning and future land use designation of the subject parcel and surrounding properties is shown on the map before you. All adjacent properties are zoned for 1-acre minimum lots, with a future land use designation for 1/4 acre lots in the suburban estate. I do want to point out a minor error in the packet materials in that chart for the western property. It listed the future land use as neighborhood village when in fact it is suburban estate. A conceptual subdivision plan is enclosed with the application materials. It depicts 12 lots ranging in size from approximately 9,200 square feet to 18,000 square feet, along with an open space tract of approximately 30,000 square feet. While the R zone generally has a minimum lot size of 1/4 acre or 10,890 square feet, Chapter 4 of the Development Code does include adjusted minimum lot size when open space is provided. So provided that the open space outlot meets applicable criteria, the minimum lot size would be approximately 9,100 square feet. So the proposal is in conformance with applicable development code standards for minimum lot size. Access is shown with a new street named Coyote Run Court, planned as a cul-de-sac for 11 of the lots. Lot 4 would be accessed off a private drive to the west. Advantages of the proposal: the application complies with relevant standards and criteria set forth in the Development Code, particularly Section 3.3D, Standards for Review. Those standards include 3 items. Number 1, the amendment is necessary to address changes in conditions in the areas affected. Number 2, the development plan, which the proposed amendment to this code would allow, is compatible and consistent with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan and with the existing growth and development patterns of the Estes Valley. And number 3, town, county, or other relevant service providers shall have the ability to provide adequate services that might be required if the application were approved. So now to dive into a little more detail in those three criteria. Current zoning of the property was established in 2000, which can be used as an informal benchmark for evaluating changes in conditions. Since 2000, a new comprehensive plan has been adopted, and it included a different development pattern envisioned for the subject property in the future land use map. The 96 comp plan designated the future land use of the subject property as estate, which envisioned single-family development on minimum 1 acre lots. The Estes Forward Comprehensive Plan adopted in 2022 changed the future land use designation to suburban estate, which the plan states typically consists of medium-sized single-family homes on lots that are at least 1/4 acre in size. As discussed in the plan, the future land use map is a guide for decision makers and serves as a framework for desired character of an area. A change in the future land use designation from 1 acre lot size to 1/4 acre lot size fulfills the requirement for a changing condition to the areas affected. Other changes in conditions have to do with challenges related to housing affordability, obviously a long-running issue in Estes. However, since 2000, median sales prices have increased from around $190,000 to $690,000, an increase of over 260%. That compares to a 78% in area median household income in Larimer County. The housing needs assessment details that renters are especially challenged to find attainable housing. Data from 2000 is not available. However, in 2010, 41% of renters were cost burdened. That rose to 63% in 2020. And the definition of cost burden is more than 30% of gross income towards housing costs. So the staff finding is the proposed rezoning is necessary to address changes in conditions in the areas affected. The second review criteria relates to compatibility and consistency, in which the development plan, which the proposed rezoning would allow, with policies and intent of the comp plan, and with existing growth and development patterns in the valley. In this case, a development plan is not required and has been waived in lieu of the conceptual subdivision plan, and a full subdivision plan would be required if this project moved forward. While this requirement has been waived, the rezoning and conceptual subdivision have been reviewed for compliance with the comp plan. At a high level, some of the major goals that are applicable to this development deal with scenic character. This can be protected by applying the applicable development code standards, such as the minimum open space requirement, 15%, landscape requirements, dark sky lighting, and impact on view sheds can also be minimized by adhering to the maximum building height limits of 30 feet. Impacts to wildlife will be managed by the development code limitations on fencing and non-native landscaping. Regarding maximizing public investment and efficient delivery of services, the future land use map is a tool to strategically direct growth towards areas of existing infrastructure. Rezoning the property in accordance with the map's designation of suburban estate is a way of implementing this goal. The site is well served by existing municipal level infrastructure, including water, sewer, and electric. Minimal utility extensions would be required and would be the responsibility of the applicant. Regarding protection of the environment, new housing, no matter the density, will always involve some level of disturbance. This site does not contain sensitive environmental areas such as wetlands, riparian areas, steep slopes, or habitat of threatened or endangered species. Regarding the desired balanced mix of uses, a range of housing types, lot sizes, and price points, as proposed here would comply with this goal. The application would support an underserved residential use, meeting the diverse needs of residents and businesses and visitors with the provision of attainable workforce housing. On housing goals, the application materials indicate 8 of the proposed lots will be sold to Habitat for Humanity and will be subject to a deed restriction that limits home buyers' income to a maximum of 80% of the area median income. This is a more restrictive restriction than what the Development Code defines as attainable, which is 150% AMI. Also worth pointing out, the applicant is not seeking a density bonus offered by the Development Code and is not allowed in this requested zone district. The staff analysis, therefore, the proposed rezoning, the increasing housing supply, especially deed restricted attainable units, will help meet the needs of the workforce, and the proposed rezoning will create new housing opportunities by allowing development of 8 workforce units. Beyond the comprehensive plan, the Development Code speaks to compatible and consistency with existing growth and development patterns in the Estes Valley. The Development Code does define compatible or consistent. It speaks to the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, vehicular traffic, and pedestrian. The definition does state that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining character of existing development. Existing growth and development patterns in the surrounding area were looked at. They are predominantly single-family residential. Densities range from approximately 0.7 dwelling units per acre to 2.4 dwelling units per acre. The proposed zoning allows a density of up to 4 units per acre. However, the conceptual subdivision depicts a density of 2.7 units per acre. This is compatible and consistent with the surrounding area. Height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures will be in character by following the R-Zone district development standards. Items such as landscaping, lighting, noise, and architecture is expected to be compatible and consistent. Vehicular traffic will be in character with existing conditions. The nearest data point for traffic counts is to the west near Marys Lake Road. That intersection, that leg of the intersection of Peakview Drive has approximately 1,600 vehicles per day. The proposed development is expected to generate approximately 144 vehicles per day, which equates to a 4.5% increase. That is assuming 50% of those trips are traveling towards Marys Lake Road. The staff finding, therefore, is the proposed rezoning is compatible and consistent with the policy's intent of the comp plan, as well as existing growth and development patterns. The final criteria is the ability to serve. No comments from service or utility providers expressed opposition to the rezoning or inability to provide adequate services and facilities. Disadvantages of the proposal. Numerous public comments have been received expressing opposition to the rezoning. Comments include arguments that there has not been a change in conditions, concern for increased traffic and congestion, impacts on environment, and other items. However, staff's analysis is that the proposal does meet applicable review criteria. Diving into some of those public comments, a little bit more detail. Multiple commenters have stated the neighborhood remains unchanged, especially since the last rezoning application was denied. However, the question at hand in staff's view is if there has been a change in condition since the property zoning was established in 2000, which can include changes in adopted plans and policies and not just physical conditions. Neighborhood character and density, many commenters cited difference in lot sizes as incompatible. Environmental and wildlife concerns. Several commenters raised concern about environmental impact, especially drainage, wildlife, and wildfire. Drainage will be reviewed in detail should a subdivision plat move forward on this project. There are development code restrictions on fencing and non-native landscaping to address wildlife concerns, and the area is not within a high fire danger as mapped in the appropriate maps. However, obviously subject to wildfire risk like all areas of Estes Park. Some commenters had concerns about traffic and congestion. The traffic memo prepared by the applicant and reviewed by Public Works does indicate no adverse traffic impacts are anticipated. Spot zoning, some commenters believe the request would be an illegal spot zoning. However, case law indicates rezoning in conformance with adopted land use policies, such as the comp plan, is not a spot zoning. Regarding housing affordability, some residents are concerned these homes would not be genuinely affordable. However, the deed restriction would limit the income initially to a maximum of 80% AMI. Public notice for this hearing was provided in accordance with code requirements. At their June 17th meeting, Planning Commission forwarded to Town Board a recommendation of approval, subject to two conditions. The future subdivision shall include a minimum of 8 lots, deed restricted as attainable, as volunteered by the applicant. And number 2, all subsequent subdivision applications shall be in general conformance with the conceptual subdivision plan. Sample motions provide for your reference. Happy to answer questions.
Before we move to trustee comments or questions, does the applicant wish to make any comments or have a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members, trustees. My name is David Emerson. I'm the Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity of the St. Vrain Valley. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Here to answer questions, so I'll just be very, very brief. I do not have a presentation. You have the neighborhood, the presentation we gave to the neighborhood in January, which went into a lot of depth on Habitat's program, which I think most of you know our program, and then why we sought to work with Frank and the landowner here. But since there are misconceptions, just very, very quickly, we're a home ownership group. We are by charter not allowed to go above 80% AMI. That is the level that we work with. We've been in existence, St. Vrain Valley has, for 38 years. We've had no foreclosures. The national average is less than 2%. We are the builder and we are the lender, so we control the underwriting, we control the building, and we make sure that the mortgage that a homeowner is paying is affordable. These are not starter homes. When we look at the homeowners that we've served over 38 years, about 84% of the homeowners still are in their homes. And they grow in those homes. Just before I came up here, I was, one of our homeowners came in to the office. We sold their home in 1996. They have 9 surviving children. 1/3 of those children are teachers. All of them own a home conventionally. 32 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren. So, and most of them are in that area. So these are folks that tend to stay in their homes and be a part of the community. Last thing I'll say about that is the number 1 and number 2 industries in which our homeowners work are healthcare and education. That's across the state of Colorado. So the last thing is just really quickly, and then happy to take questions as we go. I've been talking to Frank as he's gone through, looking at this site. He expressed early a desire to work with Habitat in some capacity. I want to acknowledge before you and the folks here that obviously we would love to not have opposition on the sites that we're working on. That would be wonderful. Unfortunately, that seldom happens. This has a lot of history, maybe more than ones we normally have. But there were a lot of advantages, in our opinion, to working with the seller. We work either as the builder or the land developer. The land developer has a lot of risk. It's a lot of money. And in this case, we have a contract that allows us to buy at an affordable level, restricted lots, where the seller has not only the risk and the cost, but the obligation to pursue the rezoning, which I think is important. And by approving this motion conditionally, if something were to happen to Habitat, it guarantees that those properties are going to be developed affordably. So again, I know these decisions are extremely hard, but we believe this is an exceptional opportunity to serve 8 families who are likely not in this room, but are serving your community, and you know, to work with them with home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. With the board's permission, I was going to suggest we go through public comment and then begin questions of various folks. We have a large number who have signed up for public comment here in this session. Normally, and I need to get back in the habit of saying that when we get to a specific item, there would be a maximum of 30 minutes of public comment. Having not made that caveat at the beginning, we'll continue to stick with our 3-minute limit. I would highly suggest to folks that if you're repeating comments that have already been made, that you please keep that compact. But most importantly, I want to remain civil to everyone, civil to the residents, civil to the applicants. It's very important that we do so. I would also say we have received a very substantial amount of comment over many, many months, including after the Planning Commission. Some of them have been, we've received communications from the same individuals multiple times. Lots of great, well-written commentary in there. I've read it all of it, absorbed all of it. I expect all my trustees have done the same, and so we're should be approaching this very well educated as to what the pro and con statements are, and we'll move into the public comment based on all of that. Again, there'll be a limit of 3 minutes. You'll state your name and address. You don't have to state your address because I've got it on the sheet, so just state your name. And first we have, is it Mark Hewitt? Is that correct? Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and trustees. First of all, an off-topic comment. I appreciate hearing the philanthropy and the nonprofit, because during my 26 years in Estes Park, I have served on 9 nonprofit boards, locally, state, national, and international. So I very much appreciate that effort. I would like to share my thoughts about the 685 Peakview Drive rezoning request and ask you to turn down this application. Zoning is a very powerful criteria and control of real estate usage in any community. It must be used wisely, without arbitrary changes, to keep neighborhoods compatible and in harmony with one another. The very first criteria that must be met by any proposed rezoning request under the Estes Valley Development Code is there must be a change of conditions in the area affected, not just in the city, in the area affected. There is no change in the conditions in the Peakview area. Additionally, this parcel at 685 Peakview is now surrounded on all sides by E1 estate zoning. As a result, any zoning change to this property would and could be considered as spot zoning, which has Colorado precedents of being illegal. And I had a unique experience yesterday morning that illustrates one of the parts of this argument. Very early in the morning, I was approached by a a female deer, with 2 wobbly young ones with her. And that would not have been possible were it not for the space for estate zoning and non-fencing. So please turn down this application. Once again, as it was previously turned down, this application is poorly conceived and poorly thought out. The proposed development cannot be supported by the limitations and the characteristics of the Peakview area. Do not allow this mistake to damage the character and the quality of the adjoining properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dana Fritz.
Hi, I'm Dana Fritz, 575 Devon Drive. And many of us were here before and spoke before you all. And so we're not going to do that tonight. You're going to really like me. The only thing I'm going to ask is that I want to ask everybody here that is in opposition to the rezoning of 685 Peakview Drive to stand. Is that okay? Just to
Yes,
stand?
I'll allow that.
Thank you.
And now please, well, after you finish, please take your seats again so we can proceed. This is counting in your 3 minutes, so.
I know. No, I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll also announce who's on deck each time. Christy Jacobs and Jed Ide will be the next one.
Hi, Mayor and Trustees. My name is Christy Jacobs. First, I'm going to read a slide from the Estes Park Development Code. It's in regards to changes in conditions in the areas affected is not based on an opinion or up to interpretation. It should be based on what the Estes Park Development Code states regarding notification. The amendment is necessary to address changes in conditions in the areas affected. The areas affected are those within the boundaries as specified in the general notice provision of the area in the Estes Park Development Code 3.15B4 as measured from the parcels in the subject amendment application ordinance 16-24. The next one I'm talking about the Estes Park Forward Comprehensive Plan on page 75 of the future land use map. Changes and conditions in the areas affected is not the comprehensive plan. The future land use categories in map are aspirational. They do not alter, circumvent, or supersede established zoning, recorded subdivisions, or approved development plans. The zoning map and development codes are not changed as a result of the adoption of the comprehensive plan or future land use plans, categories, or map federal lands, including national parks, etc. And now I want to make a comment in regard to a comprehensive plan citizen involvement. During the June 17th Planning Commission meeting, a planning commissioner asked members of the public whether they had attended any of the Forward Comprehensive Plan public meetings while holding up a printed timeline diagram, then instructing those who had attended to stand. No one stood. While the intent may have been to emphasize a point, the manner of delivery came across as dismissive and may have alienated members of the public. While citizen input may have been sought during the drafting process of the comprehensive plan during COVID, it is important to note that the comp plan was not subject to a public vote or direct citizen approval. Therefore, the plan is not a citizen-approved document. Rather, it is a document that was formally accepted and adopted by the town board.
30 seconds.
Also, one other note, the comprehensive plan in the staff report for 685 Peakview Drive does not show the required 10-foot trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Jed agreed to switch with me so I can get my child out of here.
Uh,
I'm number 6, Stephanie Paulson.
Pardon, I can't hear what you're saying.
Jed agreed to switch with me so I can get my child out of here.
All right.
I'm number 6, Stephanie
And
Paulson.
okay, go ahead.
Hello, Stephanie Paulson, 641 Meeker Drive. Thank you all for being here because I do not want to be here this evening. I live directly below the property on what I like to call the crescent moon-shaped portion of Peakview, formed by the sharp curve with a guardrail that spans the entire length of my property. I've been a full-time resident and homeowner since May of 2022. I've been writing and attending rezoning meetings for Peakview since December of 2022, or 2.5 years. This was not what I anticipated, expected, wanted, or would wish on any new family considering a move here. I did not think that the E1 property behind me would have the ability to rezone to 4 times, add ADUs, and have unlimited occupancy all in a 3-year span. I did not think, as someone who made a career in healthcare of helping others, I'd have to speak out against Habitat for Humanity. However, I believe in what is right, and this is wrong. I would like to read verbatim the first line from the Estes Park Development Code, Chapter 4.3, under residential zoning districts, and I did ask Director Carici to have this available to ensure its accuracy if needed. Under R, single-family residential zoning. This district is established to preserve and encourage relatively high-density, single-family residential uses within the town of Estes Park. R is defined as high density in our code. In general, it's safe to say low would represent the minimum, medium the average, and high the maximum. They are clear and distinct terms. Suburban estate is low to medium per the comp plan. The application before you is too high. Habitat's application in Lyons to build 50 homes in Bond Park was too high and denied. I was told by the school district the bus could not legally stop at Twin and Peakview related to that sharp curve that hugs my property. I submitted additional information via public comment. For failure to meet criteria 1 and 2, please listen to the citizens, please follow the law, please deny this application, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Rustin, and we have Christiane Higley on deck.
Thank you. The decision on rezoning that is before the trustees tonight has been deemed quasi-judicial. It has also become political. There have been articles in the media, statement made in public forums, petition drives, posting of signs, commentary in the media by a member of this Board of Trustees advocating for a position on housing density and rezoning, and subsequently reading that commentary into the official record of this body. It is also worth noting that the applicant was recently a candidate for trustee of Estes Park, the election at which several of those who will soon be voting on this question were elected. The developer of 685 Peakview has added Habitat for Humanity, a tax-exempt 501c3 organization, as a co-applicant on the present application following the denial of his previous application. I am not critical of the good work done by Habitat for Humanity. My criticism is of the applicant's exploitation of Habitat for Humanity for personal gain. The IRS states, to be tax exempt under Section 50C3, The Internal Revenue Code and organization must be organized and operated exclusively for exempt purposes set forth in 501c3, and none of its earning may inure to any private shareholder or individual. The organization must not be organized or operated for the benefit of private interests. It may not attempt to influence legislation as a substantial part of its activities, and it may not participate in any campaign for or against political candidates. Trustees and Mayor of Estes Park, this applicant is exploiting Habitat for Humanity for his financial benefit, for the benefit of private interests, and for a political advantage. The town of Estes Park should not reward this disingenuous behavior of the applicant.
Christiane Higley, is it Christiane or Kristan?
It's Christiane.
Christiane, okay. And then Larry Bader will be up next.
And Jed Amy?
Yeah, he traded with Stephanie, who was number 8, actually. So, still to come. You are number 6.
Oh, well, there I am. My name is Christiane Higley. Another concern our neighborhood, that is a concern of our neighborhood and for all of Estes Park, is wildfires. The slideshow papers that are being passed around has some pictures there. Those of us who were here in 2020 know how fortunate we were to escape complete devastation. Increasing density in the Estes Valley creates more fuel for wildfires. As the quote from Mayor Koenig says, it's on the second page, "It is imperative we do not create a higher density community that increases our chances of never controlling a fire. When mixed with high fire danger and our ever-present high winds, we'll never stand a chance." This proposed rezoning, with the possibility of each of the lots containing a house and an ADU, will multiply density at least threefold. In 2020, the East Troublesome Fire came close to destroying Estes Park. Luckily, we were able to evacuate safely, although it took a long time to get out of town. Increasing density, building more and more houses, hotels, and resorts with more and more traffic will only make evacuation more difficult. Next time, we might not be so lucky.
Thank you, Larry Bader, and then we'll have Jed up.
Hi. This rezoning request is inconsistent with local community development through decades of existing zoning laws, which is why this proposed development would stick out like a sore thumb. I'm most concerned with the disappearance of wildlife due to loss of habitat and environmental damages that dense housing developments inherently inflict. Prospect Mountain South Side, in contrast to the commercial North Side and other densely populated areas of town, offers a peaceful haven for residents, visitors, and wildlife alike. It's where the wild things are. Plants, birds, insects, rabbits, squirrels, chipmunks, gophers, marmots, ermine weasels, elk, deer, bear, bobcat, and mountain lion. We share the same mountain with all of them, and it's the wildlife and mountain vistas that millions of visitors come here to see year after year, which makes it our most valuable and fragile resource. Yet developers increasingly ask for property rezonings to build denser housing projects, which result in more people, automobiles, and congestion, which further degrades our most valuable resource. And this may be a short-sighted proposal, and you can blame it on the million-dollar views, because when these proposed houses ultimately resell in the not-so-distant future at market value, the terms affordable and attainable will no longer apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed Hyde. And after that, we will have Laura Rustin.
Good evening. My name is Jed Adey from Estes Park.
Get it?
Yeah. It was surprising to us that the staff report and recommendation are essentially the same as the report for the attempted rezoning in 2023. The staff's report cites the 2022 comprehensive plan as a change in condition in the area affected, yet that rationale was soundly rejected by the previous town board. The staff report states that the adoption of the 2022 comprehensive plan is the change of condition in the affected areas. Logically, then, if the adoption of the comprehensive plan is a change of conditions, then it means the affected areas are the entire town of Estes Park. This interpretation, of course, ignores the plain reading of the code and common sense. The applicant rests his entire case on the fact that the comprehensive plan calls for the area to be designated as suburban estate. The problem is that suburban estate zoning does not exist in our code. So the applicant is trying to justify the rezoning not on the current law, but on the aspirational designation that does not even exist today in Estes Park under the development code. Further, the comprehensive plan's definition of suburban estate zoning states that the scale and intensity of use must be in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, and that new homes should be properly scaled for compatibility with the existing neighborhood character. So this application should fail for not even meeting the requirements of suburban estate zoning, were that the law. The staff report discussing how this application meets the goals of the comprehensive plan falls short when compared to the arguments presented here tonight by those who oppose the rezoning. The report's analysis simply restates the standard code requirements and does not specifically address issues with this particular site. For example, the report contends that the scenic character will be protected because of the 15% open space requirement, which in this case is simply a strip of land with no public amenities along a busy street and which will have to contain a 10-foot paved walk within it, taking up a portion of the green space. Or the protection of wildlife and enhancing biodiversity will be achieved by limiting the height of a fence and non-native landscaping. That's it? That's the analysis and justification? The report also asserts that the height, scale, mass, and bulk will be in character with the existing area because it will require 10 or 15-foot setbacks.
Got 15 seconds.
But the existing houses follow E1 standards many times with 100 or more feet between the homes. One-story, 11 or 1,300 square foot houses on narrow lots less than 1/4 acre will certainly not be in scale with 2,500 to 3,000 square foot homes on the minimum lots of 1 acre. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I ask that you deny this rezoning.
We have Laura Rustin and then Steve Wade after that.
I have three separate but short comments to make. My first one.
If you could move the microphone, there you go.
Because I'm short, yes. Wow. First one refers to the traffic. If I heard properly a little while ago, the traffic study was prepared by the applicant. That's what I heard. The only access to Peakview that was discussed was the corner of Peakview and Mary's Lake Road, which is 1.22 miles from Twin Drive, where all the traffic will be coming into this proposed division. That stretch of Peakview is so dangerous that the school district does not allow buses to stop there. I live on, my street address is on Devon, but I overlook Peakview, and the speeding and the dangerous driving that occurs there is truly horrific to watch. I think a traffic study needs to address the area where the traffic will be. My next concern is something that was not addressed tonight but appears in some of the paperwork, which is a statement by the proposed developer that his density is lower than the area, the subdivision immediately to the west of him. And that's Prospect Mountain Townhome Association where I live. And a little bit of the history of that subdivision, which was platted in the 1980s and included a large number of acres going up Prospect Mountain. I think Lee Demmel was one of the earliest people who put land into the land trust as a conservation easement, and eventually our HOA turned over 14.43 acres to the town for the establishment of the Thumb Open Space. If you look at the paperwork on the town website about the Thumb Open Space Park, it credits our HOA for giving that land away. And so assertions that the density would be lower than ours is a misrepresentation of the history of why the density in my HOA exists. And lastly, I want to question the partnership between the developer and Habitat for Humanity. For months, they have refused to disclose the legal agreement that they have signed. Under some pressure at the Planning Commission meeting last Tuesday, June 17th, 2025, they agreed to release
We
that
have
document.
15 seconds.
They agreed to release that document to the town. I would like to know whether or not that document was released to the town. And if you look at the slide that you've just been handed, it has two quotes from Mr. Emerson, once saying it remains to be seen if this will happen. And he also said just last week at the Planning Commission meeting, Habitat may not be there in 3 years. This is a smokescreen. Thank you.
We have Steve Wade and Norma McKern after that.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Steve Wendy. It's
Oh,
a challenge.
sorry
You
about
did
that.
awfully well, I think. First of all, God bless y'all. Thank you for creating a forum like this and for putting up with all of us and all the other things you have to do. And thank you for your leadership in this town, in this village, and in this valley. A couple of fast things very quickly. The folks speaking against the proposal tonight are not against change. The folks speaking against the proposal tonight are involved in the hospital foundation, in the rodeo, in Crossroads Ministry, and putting on the rubber duck parade, and all kinds of things going on in this town that are good, and all kinds of things that they would like to improve in this town that are good. The folks speaking against it are against unwise change. Full disclosure, my wife and I completely support the town's efforts on workforce housing and the tax and all that goes with it, and been impressed by the creativity of that. We fully support Habitat. Over the decades, my wife says, we've given thousands to that. We had a conversation after she told me about that. I didn't realize that, but we've given thousands to this. Great ministry. I've gotten the blisters helping to build. It's wonderful. We built whole neighborhoods. We've never seen anything Habitat has done or we participated in or other efforts of workforce housing with Estes Park been this unwise. This unwise. I don't like to speak against it. It hurts. But folks, this area had a walkability study done by the National Walk Score Index, an objective group. Attainable housing is supposed to have good walkability to public transit, to marketing, to just the area around it. That area, you've heard them talking about the traffic, which was measured elsewhere, not here, and walkability was not evaluated. It was evaluated by the National Walk Scores Index, not us, them. They said on a score of 100, it got a 3. Walk along there with a grandchild, and you'll think 3 is high. You know, there's so many issues here, but you've also heard of the environment mentioned, and I know how it goes. Development's coming along, we look at it, we say, oh, come on.
30
it's
seconds left.
environmentalists. How much do I have?
30 seconds.
All right. Look at a topo map. Look at a topographical map. This is the major transit point for deer and elk along the eastern flank of the Prospect Mountain. They have their babies in our yards. They can do that, a house spread out over acres. They can't in a quarter. This is the major area for mating and courting. They can't do that in a quarter acre. Look at it on a topo map. It's a blockade. It works against Estes. Please vote against it. You'll feel better about yourself in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Norma McKern and Dan Barwinski is on deck.
Hi, Norma McKern, and I had to set that down because that's pretty heavy. But there has been an unprecedented opposition to any rezoning of 685 Peakview Drive for years, since the first of the many rezoning requests by the applicant. Over 1,800 citizens signed a petition that opposes any rezoning of 685. There's the petition. And by the way, in the last 2 town elections, over 1,800 signatures is more than any elected official has received. Almost 100% of the adjacent property owners have also signed a petition that opposes any rezoning of Peakview, of 685 Peakview. Almost 100% of the property owners in the areas affected of the property owners that live within 500 feet of 685 Peakview Drive, who received the required notification letters, have also signed a petition that opposes any rezoning. Remember that the citizens are at the top of the Town of Estes organizational chart, which was emailed to you all in advance and is now in front of you. Please deny this petition.
Thank you. Dan Barwinski, and then we have Sarah Barwinski after that.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Hall and Town Trustees, for this opportunity to voice my enthusiastic support for rezoning 685 Peakview Avenue. Peakview. I begin this evening by reading a letter of support that I sent electronically, and I have a copy here, signed by 22 folks who are also fans, contributors, and supporters of Habitat for Humanity and its partnership here in Estes. We, the undersigned, urge you to vote in favor of the rezoning application for 685 Peakview Drive. This proposal is an amazing opportunity to take action on the difficult goal of providing actual home ownership opportunities for young families who contribute to our community, yet can't afford to live in Estes Park. As Habitat for Humanity volunteers, we can attest that this creative partnership with Habitat will help to ensure attainability for families with less than median income. In addition, applicants are vetted in advance and are provided supports that help ensure sustainability of home ownership. Thank you for your support of this proposal. It puts into action some of the important goals of the comprehensive plan to tackle our housing crisis and to lead Estes Park into the future. I've been a supporter and volunteer with Habitat for decades. I've organized volunteers to lend a hand to their neighbor and witnessed the transforming mutual benefit of volunteers working side by side with homeowners who are diligently contributing their sweat equity in their new home. I've seen the joy of thoroughly vetted and professionally supported families achieving the goal of home ownership, creating stable homes for folks who contribute to the essential services and needs of our communities. Simply put, the investment in these hardworking families whom we rely on when we seek health care, folks who teach and care for our children, people who build or maintain our homes, the investment in their future is an investment in our future if we hope to be a viable mountain community. Thank you for your attention and support to this creative and vital partnership and pathway to attainable home ownership in Estes Park. It's small, but it's an important step in addressing the crisis of attainable housing while acknowledging the valuable contributions of hardworking young families who are trying to live here in Estes Park. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Sarah Borwinski.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. I'm obviously here also to support this plan, but I won't repeat all that. But I agree with all that. What I'd like to do instead is just, I had the opportunity to talk to the Planning Commission, and it's pretty impressive in terms of a lot of the information that citizens are bringing forward. But what I wanted to talk about was that change of condition piece that kind of, it can be confusing. And one of the changes of condition since 2023, since you were here before and rejected it, is the plan itself. I think at that point, the real nub as a community member looking at that was, could it really deliver attainable housing? I think that was a lot of the core of it. And so what did the developer do? They went back, like any developer, oftentimes when it's rejected, they go back and try to alleviate the concerns that caused people to reject it. So the creative partnership with Habitat is what makes this plan the secret sauce. And I'm afraid that if it's rejected, you're not going to see a lot of real home ownership opportunities. There's going to be no good place. People are going to fight about this in terms of where you put it. You have some real challenges of leadership. I think the change of condition is the comprehensive plan based on a community process and based on things that I think you all know that do affect that immediate area because it affects all of Estes Valley. So I'm asking you to support a unique plan to give homeowners that opportunity to become good neighbors. I wish some of my neighbors were vetted by Habitat, quite frankly. So I do think that change is hard. Change is hard, and you're going to have to make tough choices. But I'm here. He supported Habitat. I'm here to support your comprehensive plan. I'm here to support the future of Estes Valley. And will people have to make sacrifices? Yes. But I think people will find a Habitat community within their area to be an opportunity to support young families and to also have the good neighbors, real good neighbors who want to stay here and build their families here. And you're not going to see a lot of opportunities, and that's why I'm here. I encourage you to show leadership and to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I neglected to mention Scott Moulton was on deck.
Thanks for the notes.
And after Scott is Don Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Scott Molden. I am going to say my address, 207 Evergreen Lane. I believe we're the occupants of the second smallest E1 zoned lot in the valley at 8,700 square feet. I'll come back to that in a moment. There is no place for us, homesick, nowhere to live, excluded, stuck, escaping the housing trap. Your city is sick. Housing the nation and building for people. These are book titles that sit on my bookshelf to the left of my desk. I had a unique opportunity yesterday in helping a resident who lives with us that unfortunately has to move units to another unit with the Housing Authority. She made the observation of how my bookshelf and the titles that it represented, how depressing they were. Never thought of it that way. But as I'm sitting there, she's in my office, providing the assistance that I can. That comment, her recognition of the titles of the books, hit me in a different way. What we're talking about tonight is how can we step up, come together as a community, create opportunities for families for home ownership in this valley. At some point, we cannot maintain the status quo. We must seek local control and change to provide opportunity for our families and provide opportunities for home ownership. It is extremely difficult to do that. Our ability to say yes to a proposal like this, in case you're unaware, I'm in favor of this proposal and hope that you vote in favor of rezoning of 685. It is extremely difficult to provide housing of this nature at the price points being considered, and it takes a combination of factors to make that happen. Habitat, with combination of this private developer and landowner, I believe can make that happen, and it is really critical to our community to take every step we can to create additional housing opportunities. This is an important one. It's a difficult one to provide. A couple quick stats, just so you know numbers. The 80% AMI that we're talking about for 3-person household this year is $91,920. Home prices in April of this year, 2025, for single-family homes, the median home price was $773,000.
20 seconds.
You can do the math on what's attainable and what isn't. This is an opportunity for us to change families' lives. I encourage you to vote yes for the rezoning of 685 Peakview. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Don Smith, and after that, Christine Poppets.
Thank you, Mayor. Don Smith. I live in the neighborhood. I've walked along Peakview a number of times. Someone mentioned it. It can be very challenging. But my concern is about the change, some change in conditions that we are seeing. But before I get to that, I am positive that there is not a single person in this room who doesn't respect and admire what Habitat for Humanity is doing. But this isn't about Habitat for Humanity. I think Habitat for Humanity has been brought into this as a distraction. The real issue is the applicant, who is now on his 4th application, I believe, desperate to try to get this piece of property rezoned in a way to maximize his profit. So what is the change I'm referring to? The change I'm referring to is most of you. It's a new board. You represent, I don't know how many of you were there in the previous board in 2023 that unanimously rejected this, but most of you are new. What the applicant is doing is he's board shopping. That's what he's doing. He's board shopping. The previous board didn't give him what he wanted. He waits, he comes to you. It's obvious that he believes that this board, his new board, the board he's now shopping to, will overlook what your predecessors did less than 2 years ago by a unanimous vote. We all know that. It is difficult for me not to conclude that Mr. Tice is acting in a totally self-serving manner.
I'm finding this going over the line of personal comment, and I'm going to have to put an end to this statement. We don't know what is in each other's hearts and minds. I appreciate your commentary because it's honestly from you, but I'm going to have to end this comment. Let's move forward with Christine Poppets.
Okay, I'm here to ask that you deny the latest requested rezoning of 685 Peakview. This is about the Estes Park Development Code and the zoning laws. The development code and the existing zoning which property owners knowingly purchased into. These both remain unchanged. This is not about what type of housing could be built. The Estes Ford Comp Plan is not a changes in conditions in the areas affected. The Estes Park Development rezoning review criteria are not met. This application cannot be approved. I'll be speaking quickly on many topics. The staff report is focused solely on the adoption of the 2022 Estes Ford Comp Plan as a changes in conditions, not mentioning the words in the areas affected. This is incorrect and not the law. You can see my slide number 1 for the audience. There's a quote on here: the Estes Ford Comp Plan is guiding, not regulatory, not binding. That's from Deputy Town Administrator Dan Weber at the Town Board study session on July 26, 2023. The bottom line for this application and regarding the development code required rezoning criteria, number 1, changes in conditions in the areas affected. The most recent changes in conditions in the area would be the Coyote Run Phase 1, a subdivision of 3 1-acre lots done by the applicant. This is not really a change in conditions because it's within existing zoning. However, this was done by the applicant in 2023, more recent than the 2022 comp plan, which again is not a change in condition in the areas affected. At the town board meeting on the September 26, 2023, the applicant said, R1 doesn't work for me. R1 is attainable housing. He could not do that for a previous application. Since R1 attainable housing per the development code doesn't work for the applicant, is the applicant now attempting to use a co-applicant who I have questions about? Special Counsel White brought it up at the Planning Commission meeting, not verbatim, but his words were, why are they even here? Oh, 1 minute, shoot. Okay. If habitat may not be there 2 years from now, as was quoted by David Emerson, and the applicant can't build R1 attainable, who's going to be able to build anything there? According to Attorney Kramer, five words: criteria have to be met. Town Board meeting 9/26. Also from David Emerson, this is a program of empowerment and doesn't empower anybody if they feel that their houses stick out in a neighborhood. Quarter-acre lots surrounded on all 4 sides by 1-acre lots will make these houses stick out. And lastly, at the last board meeting, and also September 26, 2023, Trustee Youngland quoted saying, if it gets rezoned to a ½ acre and then the ADUs on top of it, now we're looking at even more density, a ½ acre plus an ADU. This application is requesting less than ½ acre, less than quarter-acre lots with potential ADUs. That's 24 homes. My second slide. And to quote the comp plan, this is not consistent with existing growth and development patterns nearby. Was that 3 seconds or 3 more minutes?
No, you're tricky.
Had to try. Thank you all.
Yeah, you had to. Let's see, the last on my list is Rebecca Urquhart.
I'm Rebecca Urquhart, and I just wanted to point out, I realize this is a different board, but this board has already looked at this rezoning issue. They decided the new application is not really different. The decision is what we lawyers call res judicata. It's already been resolved. It's already been voted on. This one's not much different. A planning commissioner and the staff report says that the new comp plan has change in conditions. The staff says a change in policies and plans are a change. The staff and the town attorney know better than that. The code is clear. Any changes in surrounding properties are the only criteria. Never mind the comp plan is just guidance and some suggestions. It's not yet been adopted. A Colorado statute clearly states a comp plan does not bind the government body in its zoning decisions. It's guidance. And the land planning treatise from the American Planning Association for Colorado says the same thing. You have to follow the laws as they exist in our code and in the case law today, unless there are changes in conditions. All of the cases say changes in conditions is only in the physically surrounding property. There's another case in Boulder that does not apply. It was a PUD. We have our own plan unit development code. And the next claim that they say is the housing is the change in conditions. There's been no evidence of that. In the year 2000, there was a shortage of housing. There's been a shortage of housing since Joel Estes. That is not legally relevant. You cannot use the change of conditions townwide And you cannot use policy decisions as a change in conditions. It's only the properties that surround it. The code sets out the criteria. You have to follow it. To do so otherwise is an abuse of discretion and will be grounds for a lawsuit. And look at these folks. They've been fighting it for years. Without following the law, the development code, the criteria, it's not going to work out favorably for the town to fight this. So make the same decision this board did last time and put this to bed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on the topic? Go ahead. Please state your name.
I'm John Bryson. I own a concrete services company up here in Estes Park. We've been there since 1995, and I would like to speak in favor of this development. If the board would please look at all of the lots around this development. It's not surrounded by 1 acre lots. To the north is Coral Heights, and up in the Axminster area, there's plenty of lots that are maybe 10 to 12,000 square feet. We have some experience with Habitat for Humanity. One of my employees recently moved into one of their projects up here, and we're eternally grateful for that. We can invoke a little Latin. Generally, we show up to a job, and when we're done, we're persona non grata to many of these folks that are, you know, they're happy with what they have, and that's a common problem up here in Estes Park, is that people get a home and they don't want to see any more homes built, which I can appreciate. But having been here for 30 years, I've probably worked, in fact, I know for a fact I've worked on some of these folks' houses, and it's a fact of life. So I would like to, for the board to approve Frank's plan. I've worked with Frank since 1999. I know he's an honorable person, and I appreciate him very much. And you guys are a new board, so you have a new chance to help folks up in this town and provide services going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any rebuttal statements?
Yeah, just a couple of things that I won't go through all of them, but there were a couple of facts that were, or things that were stated as a fact. There was something about Lyons, Bond Park. Bond Park was not a Habitat project. That was a Boulder County Housing Authority project. We built 6 homes in Lyons. But really the one thing I want to make sure you hear is this land is going to be developed. Frank is going to develop this land. So it's a question of what you want on that land. There was an assertion that as our 501c3, I have a certain obligation not to pursue personal gain for him or what have you. I would put forward that if I did not look at the comp plan and look at that piece of land and decide that this was worth putting under a binding contract for upwards of 2 years that obligates Frank to pursue this, I would be turning my back on the very people that I am being asked to serve. So what I mentioned at the neighborhood meeting and the planning commission was this: you cannot build a home in one step. Therefore, there's time. If there is time, it would be disingenuous to me to say that I can guarantee the future. The future cannot be guaranteed. But I take issue personally with the idea that we shouldn't be pursuing this. That's an insult to the 8 people that might be living in these homes. Thank you.
I will make a slight exception to the normal flow. I will give the opposition one person, one opportunity to respond to the rebuttal. And I'll still respect the 3 minutes. And is it 80?
80, yeah, like the number.
Yeah, I
Except
got
with
it.
a D.
Okay.
Okay, so One point that I wanted to bring up is that I think this is a case where the planning department should not have waived the development plan. What we have is just a sketch plan that shows prospective lot sizes. Somehow the staff has interpreted this that the height, scale, mass, and bulk of the structures will be in character with the existing area. What's that based on? A rough site plan that doesn't show any setbacks, house footprints, the required trail? This is one application that really needs a development plan. The second thing is that although it wasn't brought up in this meeting, that in the background is the 2023 housing needs assessment, which says that Estes Park needs to add 2,720 homes by 2030. So with only 2 people living in each home, we would double the population of Estes Park in the next 5 years. This ludicrous conclusion calls into question the whole report, and I think the town deserves to get their money back for that report. So thank you.
Thank you. In a moment, I'll open it to the trustees for comments or questions. But first, Town Clerk, are there any communications that have been received in regard to the application which are not in the board packet?
Nothing additional, Mayor.
All right. Trustees, comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Can we see that slide of the densities around the property again that our staff had?
That's not the one she's looking at. It was the one that had the little houses.
Well, it's just this one, but we can see both.
Okay.
I'm okay with seeing both,
Well,
but this was the one I was asking
the other
about.
one makes clear the different densities.
Okay, well, we can see both, I guess, then that'd be a good idea.
Marie, do you have a question?
No, actually, then can we see the other one? Sorry.
Yeah. I thought that's what you wanted.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
not sure what other one you're referring to.
It was a slide that actually showed the houses, not the lots.
No, it definitely, I mean, this is what I was asking about, but Mayor brought it up. It actually has.
This one.
Yeah, page 39 in our packet. Yep, thank you.
Okay, let's see, Trustee Brown.
Oh. Yeah, I have a couple questions. First of all, for the Habitat guy, what's a realistic, if this is approved, what's a realistic timeframe for building houses here, the way you guys do it, and particularly to build them on 12 lots like this?
On 8 lots is what we'd be building on.
Yeah,
So we have
12 total, but
That's
8,
right. So it depends on funding. So right now, we're building 1 house per year. There's a lot of funding with Prop 123 that we're utilizing. We're looking at accelerating that. So it just depends, but we'd like to be building, of course, a lot quicker. So really, Habitat affiliates go as fast as the community supports them.
Yeah. So maybe 6 to 10 years.
It could be, but obviously we'd be looking to accelerate that considerably.
Right. Okay, and the other question for Frank is, are you still, I remember when this came up before, there was going to be a 10-foot bike path there, and we got a deferral. I think you got a deferral on that for future development. Is that going to be part of this plan, to put that bike path in along Peakview?
Yes.
Okay. Boy, that was, you could have said that
Yes.
sitting down. Okay. All right, thank you.
Trustee Youngland.
Couple of things. As far as the, on page 43 at the bottom of our packet, it states that the staff, let me get back to it here, staff recommendations, as a condition of rezoning approval, that subsequent subdivision plat applications are in general conformance with the conceptual subdivision plan to ensure the consistency between these applications. Can you speak of that? I know there was some, concerns of not having a development plan. Can you speak on that?
Yes, the ordinance before you does include a provision that the future subdivision be in general conformance with the concept. I think Attorney White might be able to speak in more detail about the exact language and how that might be enforced.
Basically, you have which is a sketch plan, but my way of thinking that upon subdivision, those lines would be drawn, they'd be engineered, but they'd be in general conformance. You would have 12 lots, and they would be substantially the size of that. You would have a cul-de-sac and an open space. So that would be taken care of during the subdivision process, including drainage. Drainage would have to be part of that subdivision and subject to Public Works approval of the drainage plan.
As well as setbacks appropriate and all that will have to come.
Yes,
Be
setbacks
according to
are
it.
already in there in the development plan, and it also says that any construction will be in conformance with the attainable housing provisions of your development plan.
Okay.
With those various restrictions.
Right, thank you. Also, it was brought up that the traffic study, can you speak to that, the traffic study? And I'm confused as to where it was done and that.
Yeah, I'll ask our Public Works staff as experts on traffic to speak to any specific questions. I think I'm probably guilty for bringing some confusion into it by mentioning traffic counts further west at Marys Lake Road. The intent there was that's the only spot where we have data for existing traffic counts. So that was used as a comparison for what's proposed, how much that might increase.
Okay, so, Mr. Teese, so you performed the traffic study for this?
His traffic engineer, which he hired, and Public Works staff reviews to accept that study.
Okay, and that study was done throughout the proper area in which it should have been studied?
Correct.
I'll release the mic for now, thanks.
Good evening, Trevor Whitworth, Town Engineer. To address your question, the traffic study addressed the intersection of Coyote Run Court. It also looked at the adjacent intersections further east and further west. The traffic count data that Paul references comes from Larimer County traffic information, which is the most recent traffic counts in that area. 1,600 annual daily traffic is what is recorded at the Marys Lake and Peakview intersection. It's also very similar. It's about 1,600 to 1,700 on the the Colorado Highway 7 side as well. So to clear up the confusion, the traffic count is just a reference of the total trips coming from this subdivision, which is 144, 148 trips from 12 lots in comparison to the 1,600 on this road daily.
Okay, and at the beginning of your explanation, you gave me some road names. You did both sections of Peakview? The
Professional traffic engineer that Frank hired,
Right.
Matt Delich, is a respected professional traffic engineer that does a lot of traffic studies in Estes Park. What they look at, and this is straight out of Larimer County Urban Area Street Standards, which is what our code references for traffic studies. They would look at the proposed intersection of this new road and any adjacent intersections that might be impacted by the
And
development.
adjacent ones.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Igo.
I have a couple, Mayor. Director Emerson, I have a couple for you. I want you to know that I am behind some of the families that you have served, and Estes Park is fortunate to have habitat here. That is not a question. It is also not part of my decision-making process on this issue. I think this issue is a zoning issue. It doesn't have to do with who you are. It has to do with the application of the code and the zoning. That being said, what is the legal agreement that you have to stick with this throughout the process? I heard a time frame might be as great as 10 years. What is the commitment that Habitat has to this project with the developer as a co-applicant on this?
Right, so-
What's that legal instrument that binds you to this project?
We have a standard purchase and sales agreement that was drafted by Lyons Gaddis, Cameron Grant out of Longmont, with significant history in real estate law. What it does is it binds the seller. That land is bound and in a Habitat's control for the next 2 years. That he has 2 years to get this entitled, at which time we need, and infrastructure put in place, at which time we will purchase those lots, those 8 lots. We also have to approve any application that goes to the town. If the entitlement happens, meaning the final plat, and the lots are put into place, but the infrastructure is done, we can step in and do the infrastructure. So it really is the way, and I'm not an attorney, but Cameron has explained it to us, as we are in control of that land. We could, but what I have acknowledged is if there is for some reason, and I do not anticipate any reason, but if there's some reason, of course, Habitat, like any buyer, could break that contract. If I may elaborate, the contract says $125,000 per lot for 8 lots, entitled with infrastructure in the ground. We know we can make that affordable. We also have said in the contract that we will pursue a conditional rezoning, so there is transparency about the fact that the rezoning of what we're pursuing will ensure those 8 lots are attainable, so that even if Habitat was not there, those lots would be deed restricted. And so I want to make clear, I think all I'm doing is acknowledging a small probability, not, we think we're not going to be there. I just think it would be disingenuous. Entities fail. We are not in a position where I think we're going to fail. But that is the reality. The second thing is, we are happy to share that agreement with the town if that's what the town wants. There seems to be a lot about that agreement. It is quite unusual, at least in my experience, for that to be a requirement. We're happy to do it. But it is a binding purchase and sale agreement where we are controlling that land, and Mr. Tice is incurring the costs to get it entitled and the infrastructure in the ground.
Okay, yeah, there definitely is some interest and concern about that relationship. And if there's a separation or you are not involved down the road, there's a concern about how the land will be used. So I want to acknowledge that that is a legitimate concern that I have not heard addressed. Would Habitat be interested if this was lower density zoning?
If the numbers work, we'll build one house.
Sure.
I mean, for sure. I just want to be clear that what the conditional rezoning, my understanding of the mechanics would be that a deed restriction will be put on it immediately.
Right.
If there is an issue with it not being attainable, and someone being able to run off and say, well, we got it rezoned and now it's market rate. The ordinance before you even talks about within 60 days, which is extraordinary. Our contract is for 2 years. So anyways, I don't know if I'm answering your question. I apologize.
You already did, and I appreciate that. That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you.
In general about this process, I want to acknowledge the public input on this. that I heard a couple of things in this conversation that are very important to me, and that is that we look at the spirit of the law and the code, and we not allow the code or the technicalities to put something forward that our community does not support. Now, this group does not represent the whole community, and I realize that. And there's a lot of information that is available to either the trustees, town staff, the secret entities that don't actually exist. We've processed a lot of information, but the public sentiment and the spirit of the law is important to me. What the community wants is valuable, but I would not say filling a room with 150 people will change my decision. And I see confusion on a couple of faces, but I want to acknowledge that public sentiment does matter. I am concerned about a developer making a speculation on land, even though I would consider Frank a friend. I'm considering speculation as a risky proposition. And the worst case scenario in that situation is that you have to use the land the way it was zoned. So with that in mind, and knowing that neighborhood, I am not motivated to change the zoning on this with the information that I have in my hands today. At this point, that's where I'm at going forward on this.
Trustee Lancaster.
Yeah, I have some other thoughts for later, but first I had just a question. This conditional request with I just want to be clear on how that works. So the approval of the rezoning, maybe it's for staff or for Attorney White, the approval of the zoning is conditional on 8 of these lots being affordable or attainable within the 80% AMI. If that doesn't happen, does it revert back to the original zoning, or does it just sit there stagnant until somebody comes up with a way to make them 80? I mean, is there a time limit that it expires and then reverts to what happens if it doesn't?
The restriction is that if this board approves a rezoning, within 60 days, a deed restriction will be placed on the property, the entire property, that restricts 8 of those lots to attainable housing in the 80 to 115% AMI. That is a restriction that will be on the property and cannot be taken off without this board doing a future action.
And that would be in perpetuity?
In perpetuity, yes.
So if it just got stymied and wasn't going to happen, we'd have to come back for another
Come back
rezoning?
with that,
It
yes.
this isn't something that expires after 3 years and reverts back to the original zoning?
No.
Okay.
Other questions? Thanks to all for the comments, not just in this session, but the many that we've received along the way. Community input does help. Trustee Eigel made a good point that if we could hear from the entire community, we haven't heard from the entire community, but they had the opportunity to be here too, or to send letters. So thanks for the interesting discussion and commentary. All reports, statements, exhibits, and written communications presented will be accepted as part of the record. The public hearing is closed. I'd like to request a motion from the board. Trustee Lancaster. My peripheral
I knew
vision
you'd
isn't
look over this
working.
way. Yeah, I'm not going to make a motion, but I do want to make some comments on this. This is really a tough one. This is really struggling with this. We got the wishes and desires of the citizens in the neighborhood, in the framework of the law. But then we also have the wishes and direction from the comp plan, which is also a group of citizens that put it together. Which group of citizens do we honor the most, or do we follow? And obviously, there's a little bit of controversy there. I think it was a good point that the comp plan is aspirational, it's not law. That carries some weight with me. But if it's aspirational and we totally ignore it at every step along the way, then it's not just aspirational, it's a waste of time and just a paperweight. So aspirational means you work toward attending that goal. It'd be nice, this is hard because it would be nice to have this stuff incorporated into the development plan, which I hope we do. I am still struggling with this whole idea of what is a change in condition. And that just because we change a report, that's a change in condition. That could be used to rezone anything anywhere in the entire town, and I'm not comfortable with that as a reason. And I understand that's there. I think that's something I said that before. It needs to be clarified in the new development plan a little more. What do they mean? There were some good things that you guys presented tonight about what does change in condition mean. And I think it does need to be defined better. But that one I'm struggling with that as a justification. There was a comment that the comp plan wasn't voted on by citizens. That's very true. Neither was the current zoning ever voted on by the citizens. It was adopted by the town board without a vote of the citizens when it was done originally. It was adopted by the county commissioners at that time. Zoning and comp plans are not something that are put to vote. So that's kind of a red herring. Another one that we're going to see more of in the future is the red herring about I'll call it a red herring, about the ADUs causing the density to go up wildly. Well, we can say that about every one of our houses here today. Any one of us could put an ADU and double the density on the property you live in today. Unfortunately, that was a state statute. That's what we have to follow. The one that probably has even more impact is we can't limit the number of people who live in unrelated people who live in a house. Your neighbor could have 20 people move in with them, and the impact as far as density goes may not be a structural density problem, but certainly from an operational and driving and everything else. Again, that's a state statute that we have no control over anymore. And particularly the way housing is so bad right now, we're going to see more of those, particularly multi-generational or people who are just sharing homes and buying homes, and not in a rental standpoint, but maybe 6, 7, 10 people sharing a home, increasing the impacts of density without impacting the houses. So I think the ADU thing, it's an issue, but not specific to this one. It's an issue to every one of our properties here and every place in the town. So that's one thing there. Another thing, I've heard criticisms about our affordable housing efforts. One of the things is that we're not building what people want, particularly that mid-market of the teachers, the police officers, the nurses. They don't want to live in a 2-bedroom apartment. People want to live there. We've got Prospector apartments. People say what they want about that. That's not where a young family wants to move into and raise their kids. It's great for somebody who's single or whatever lifestyle, but the part we're not providing or providing is what people want in that market is the starter single-family home. Honestly, I'm a little bit concerned that maybe that part of the American dream isn't alive anymore with the way prices are, and I hate to see that with my kids going up and finding a house of their own and they can live in. Are we pricing our way out of that? But this is one way to address that. So I'm still not sure how I'm going to go on this, but the one thing I do want to mention too, and for future hearings, attacks on the people involved, attacking the messenger, it's a technique that's used a lot. It's rude, it's inappropriate, and frankly, it's not very effective at anything. For a lot of people, everything you say after that gets turned off, and we don't hear it. And that's just human nature. I've got to say, I know Frank, that he's a entrepreneurial monger that's trying to make as much money as he has to. He certainly hasn't been very good at it, if that's what the goal is. I think his heart is in the right place. From a developer standpoint and urban planning, he's got a lot stronger background than a lot of people realize. I think his heart is in the right place. He really wants to address some of these things. I think partnering with Habitat is an honest partnership from the heart. And I think those kind of attacks are inappropriate. any more than any attacks I've heard on any of you that said, well, it's just because you're NIMBYs and you're trying to protect your property values and to hell with everybody else, I just want my property value to go up. I don't believe that either. I think everybody here has a sincere interest in the community, and I think we need to respect that moving forward. And I appreciate that, and for those of you who didn't go that direction and brought up some really good facts that are making me think, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you taking your time.
Trustee Young.
Well said, Frank. I totally agree. It's very, very tough decision. I think there's some valid points on both sides. The future land use map of 2022, having the quarter-acre sites, the no density on this is very appealing because that it's just, that's a good thing, you know, that he's not requesting for an extra the extra density. You know, you look at the homes around and you think of a young family, a teacher, a police officer, somebody working in the ER. They want to be in our community. They want to live in a residential area. They don't want to live and raise their family in some of these other alternatives that are being forced upon them. They want to own their property, own their homes, and I really liked the point that you made, David, of they stay there and they're year round. They don't, you know, somebody isn't coming in and building something so big for a summer home and your community isn't, you know, your direct community neighborhood then is affected. It's negatively affected when you don't have year-round community. And I think that we've lost, that's some of the issue with Estes is because we don't have as many year-round people here and committed and make our community, meaning our small little towns or our small little neighborhoods, a good, solid community. That's just my perspective. And to say, you know, these quarter-acre lots are going to affect the, you know, larger lots sitting behind negatively, have you thought about how it could affect your neighborhood? Somebody pointed out positively. I mean, to have maybe kids running around and just the diversity that the different, excuse me?
Please, no comments. Please.
The diversity
decorum.
that different size homes, quote, different size lots, right, brings to a small community. So I would like to make a motion, thank you very much, to pass ordinance 08-25 and rezoning 685 Peakview Drive from E1 Estate to R single family.
Trustee Hazelton.
I'll second, and so that we can have discussion since I'm on the mic. Yeah, per usual, Frank makes comments that are so much more eloquent than I feel like I could say, and he covers a lot of the things that I had jotted down during this public hearing. So I won't repeat, well, I couldn't repeat what he said. I'm gonna say it worse probably. But there, you know, there's a few different things I wanna know. One is, I feel very strongly about the comp plan for a number of reasons. One is I was on the comp plan committee. I applied and participated. This was before I was elected to the town board. It was of interest to me at that time as I lived in Estes for 11 years at that point and felt very compelled to be engaged in the process of designing, you know, what our community's vision would be for the next several years. And it was a tricky time, and we did have COVID, you know, and there was a lot of other factors involved with what was going on in our community. But it was a process that allowed for a lot of public engagement at various steps throughout the development. And that's from the very beginning to the middle to the end when it came before the town board to be approved. There were multiple sessions that the town board was presented with a comp plan draft, gave feedback, you know, it was at regular sessions. And I think this is how representative and involved democracy works, is you elect your officials to walk you through, or, you know, approve a number of these different initiatives throughout the years, including, you know, Frank had a great example of the development code. Mine was the budget. You know, we don't have the community vote on the budget every year, but there are multiple hearings and ways to get involved, and you elect this board to represent you know, hopefully your perspective, but you also have plenty of opportunities to share that. So when it comes to something like the comp plan, I really think it was extremely accessible. There was opportunity for people to engage, and I mean accessible from the lens of Zoom and in person and all sorts of ways. I got hit up all the time as a member of that committee with people's perspectives that I was charged with representing. And then, of course, I resigned from that when I was elected, so there wasn't a conflict, but that's really near and dear to my heart. I feel a lot of people contributed a lot of time from this community, and to disregard it because the community didn't vote on it, it feels disingenuous to me. And I think the comp plan is a great piece to guide us forward. It's not law, as many people have stated, but it guides us. So as Mark said, our job is to decide if this meets the code and requirements for rezoning. And I went back and reviewed my notes from when I was on the board. There were 4 of us, I think, on the board at that time when it came back in September of 23, so more than half of the board. And I went back and reviewed my notes and reread the minutes and, of course, read all of the feedback that we got. And I remember thinking at the time that the request and kind of I'm going to use the word severity, but that feels like not the right word, but I've been sitting up here for an hour, I can't think of a better word, but the severity of that request in my mind didn't align with the change in conditions. And there was I think the rest of us, the 4 of us who were there, felt similarly that did it arrive at that coalescence, I guess. And just like last time, your comments played a huge role in my decision-making process that last time. And they do tonight too. I walked in having no idea where I was gonna land. And those comments always are compelling to me, whether I vote the same way that you might vote or not. They're still compelling and valuable and helpful. So I want to echo that. I appreciate folks coming here to share their input, impassioned and on both sides of the issue. It can be tough to stand up in a room that's largely in opposition and have to speak in support, and vice versa, to speak in opposition when folks are supportive. So all of that said, I appreciate the additional discussion, the staff report on this. I appreciate, David, your input in your report. But again, I need to consider, does it meet the changing conditions, and what we're supposed to consider the rezoning request based on. And I have a change of heart for this episode, or for this request, and I have a change of perspective. So I am supportive of this ordinance tonight. I'm fully prepared to disappoint some folks in that, and I understand it's a really tough issue. I truly didn't know which way I was gonna go, but I will be voting in support of it, and I really appreciate people sharing their input. It's made a big difference collectively in where I've landed with my decision tonight.
Trustee Brown.
Well, I know I'm not real popular with many in the crowd because of my statements about what happened on Highway 7. I do respect all of you and all your positions, and I understand. And in fact, I've actually been in your position years and years ago with respect to a development near me back when I lived in Iowa. So it's not unreasonable to have concerns about this. But I would say, and I've struggled with this one too, for some of the same reason Frank did, Trustee Lancaster did. you know, I supported the proposition on Highway 7. I thought that was a better case, frankly, than this because of the density all around it. There was lots of multifamily, lots of stuff nearby that was very much not single family, you know, 1 acre sort of thing. Here, it's a little different. It's not quite as stark as that was in my mind. And I am concerned about the whole change of conditions language. I frankly, when we go through the development code, I would urge that we take that out altogether because nobody knows what it means. You can argue it on either side. You can argue it that there's no change of conditions unless there's a meteorite that hits the town and destroys everything, or there's a change of conditions because of the economy went down last year. You know, I just think that's a very poor test to apply here, but it is the one we are going to apply here. I would not rely on the comp plan to establish change of conditions because one of the separate things we have is that it's in conformity with the comp plan. So you can't do it twice, it's only once. So that's, in my mind, that's not a change of condition, even though there is that need for sure. But the problem with change of conditions too is change of conditions from when? From when Joel Estes first came here, from, you know, the 1960s, from 2000, the last time we rezoned the whole town. Nobody knows what that's supposed to be, but I would say that the fact that the Prospect Mountain development has approximately the same density as what is being proposed here, I think supports that the conditions have changed at least since when that was developed. So in my mind, that terminology is met because of the adjacent Prospect Mountain properties. Not immediately adjacent, as was pointed out, but closely adjacent. So I think you got to look at this too with the history of zoning in this country and particularly the issue of minimum lot sizes. Minimum lot sizes have been used for years, and I'm not suggesting they're being used for this purpose here, but it has been used for years to do two things. One is for racial discrimination. It's been used significantly over the years in that regard. I don't think that's what's at issue here. But it's also was used in bigger cities to result in this white flight to suburbs, where there were 1 acre lots, not quarter acre lots. So there's this big history of how zoning develops, and there's, I think, a perception in the community that it's static. It's not static. It never was intended to be static. It is designed to make sure you don't put a casino in the middle of a residential area. I mean, there are examples where, you know, it's just ridiculous that nobody would decide on doing that, but it's not static. And the rezoning that happened in 2000 was a town-wide rezoning that was all they did was rezone everything according to its current use at that time. Just its current use. It's saying nothing at all about the future and what happens in the future. And so to me, that's sort of a meaningless term because of the way it was done. So I know people are concerned about, I think the two major concerns are property values and views. I think, even though there are lots of things raised other than that. And I would say two things about that. Property values, I think if you look at the studies about developments like this, they don't decrease property values. In fact, when you put new property adjacent to older property, it tends to increase property values. And I think that there are plenty of studies that would show that. And so I think concern about property values is overblown. the views, yeah, I guess some of you people are going to look at roofs of other properties if this is approved. And I guess I would prefer not to see a roof of another property. But what we're doing in this process is we're balancing property rights. Property rights of the owner of the property that wants to develop it and property rights of the adjacent people who don't want it developed, typically. But we also have the interests of the community at large as reflected in the comprehensive plan. That's the best evidence we have as a town board of what the entire community thinks, because it was done without regard to any specific property being addressed that might be your neighbor. So that is what the community wants. We voted on 6E to provide a whole lot of more money for workforce housing. The community passed that by, I think, 63%. It's just, and I guess I'll finish with, obviously I'm going to support the motion, but I want to finish with one thing. What really bothers me more than anything about the process that's happening right now is it's all opposition, no working together. So if you have a concern about the elk or the deer, you know, figure out how that might be addressed and mitigated. If you have a concern about the drainage, figure out how that can be mitigated. But there's not any sense of working together to solve a community problem. Instead, it's just opposition to any development efforts, and that is very, very troubling to me, because the community will die if it doesn't have redevelopment. Our housing stock ages. It gets less valuable. It gets more run down. It has all kinds of impacts. And if we don't provide more housing for our workers here, our community doesn't thrive as a community. You can't have a bedroom community that is a true community if all the workers are not present there all the time. So, and that is my biggest concern, and that is why I have such a passion for workforce housing. It's really not even about the worker, it's about the community. The community needs to have a diverse economic group of people living in it in order to thrive as a community. It has to have diversity of single people, elderly, children, you know, all of that stuff contributes to community in a way that is essential for the health of a community. And so that's why I think we need to do this. I think we can justify it under the criteria with change of conditions, compliance with the comp plan. Certainly, I don't think anyone's really raised any serious issues about utilities and having adequacy there. So it really comes down to change of conditions and compliance with the comp plan. And in my opinion, this plan meets both.
Mayor, I'd like to move to, I know we have a motion on the table, but I'd like to move to extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
Second.
And this is action item 1. How about that? Okay, we'll vote on that.
Mayor, is it to extend the meeting, just for clarity, from the last meeting to complete the agenda or this item?
To complete the agenda.
Thank you.
Meeting extended. Is there additional discussion on this item? Lacking that, we can go to a vote.
And Mayor, to confirm, it requires 2/3.
It will
It will-
require 5 affirmative votes of the board in order to pass.
5, thanks.
The motion passes 5-2. Action item 1 is completed. We'll move forward.
Mayor, would you like to take a short break?
Yeah, let's just take 5, because I know several folks will have to have a little break here.
It'll give a chance for the room to.
Yeah, so we will resume at 10:05.
Yes, sir. Oh. One of the Pauls, you know.
Okay, we're going to get things going here again. I'll get the board back up here. We've got a lot of other business to transact tonight. Boom, boom, we're back in session. And I'll have to ask for the end of conversation in the room. If you want to continue to converse, please take it out into the, whatever we call it, the lobby. Thank you. Okay, ordinance 925, amending section 5.3 of the Estes Park Development Code. Hold on, let me get all my paperwork back in order here. Maybe I have things, oh, here we go. Okay, got it. Okay, Planning Commission action item 1B, ordinance 925, amending section 5.3 of the Estes Park Development Code, EPCD, regarding vehicle-based accommodations for seasonal employees. At this hearing, the Board of Trustees will consider the information presented during the public hearing from the town staff, public comment, and written comments received on the item. Any member of the board may ask questions at any stage, and the public hearing is open, and we have a staff report from Planner Washam. There you are.
Right, good evening, Mayor and Trustees. I know we have a lot left on the agenda, so I'll try to go through this pretty fast. Let's see. So our objective is to amend the Estes Park Development Code to extend the one-year pilot program and to amend the access requirements for electric and water connections for the VE-based program. Here's a little bit of background. We had 2 study sessions back in 2023 and 2024 to discuss the proposal. A town board public hearing was held on April 9th, 2024, and the board voted to approve the ordinance amending the Estes Park Development Code to allow V-Base. The V-Base pilot program season opened on May 1st, 2024, closed on October 31st, 2024. Information was posted on the town's website and a press release went out. Unfortunately, we didn't receive any applications, but we did receive a few inquiries. We sent out a survey, and only one response was received. Regulations, including the requirement for full hookups, was cited as a reason to not pursue the V-Base program. In April, the town board voted to extend the pilot program for another year by passing ordinance 0425. At the public hearing, the board directed staff to consider removing the requirement for water and electric connections for eligible vehicles. This suggestion stemmed from the increase of self-contained vehicles and a concern that the connection requirements contributed to a low number of applications in the program's first year. So far, we have not received any inquiries or applications this year. So we are working on an updated press release and expect to send that out soon. We'll also ask the chamber to include the program in their newsletter to help get the word out. The proposed amendments were brought to Planning Commission last week. The commission voted to forward a recommendation of approval to town board. As a refresher, here's a summary of the V-Base program. This is the same thing I presented back in April, so I won't go through everything here. Staff requests approval of the amendment to extend the V-Base pilot for an additional year by amending the automatic repeal date to October 31st, 2026, and to amend the access requirements for electric and water for qualified occupants. Here's an example of what the code will look like if the proposed changes take effect. The red underlined text is what will be added, and the stricken text is what will be removed. Here are some advantages and disadvantages of the proposed changes. Revising these regulations may lead to an increase in interest in the program, and hopefully we will receive some applications this year. Even though the program already prohibits the use of generators, it is possible that the temptation to use one may increase if the vehicle isn't able to hook up to electricity. This potential issue was discussed at Planning Commission last week. Planning Commission has voted to recommend approval of the proposed amendments to the V-Base program. And here are some sample motions. Let me know if you have any questions.
Is Any person here will be given the opportunity to address the board with public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? I don't see any public comment. Do we have questions for Planner Washam?
Yeah.
Trustee Lancaster?
I'm just curious, do we have any evidence or anecdotal or anything, I'm not looking for numbers, that the requirement for the hookups was inhibiting people taking advantage of this, or?
Trustee Lancaster, we did receive one survey response, and that was cited in the response why they didn't move forward with applying for the program or submitting an application was because of the requirements for hookups.
100% right there.
Trustee Eigel?
Thanks for making the change. I had received that feedback also from two people, just in talking about it. I would like to make a motion as soon as I'm able to do that, Mayor. Yep, so I'm prepared to make that motion, Mayor.
Town clerk, has there been any other communications received in regard to this item that are not in the packet? Thank you.
Nothing additional, Mayor.
Any other questions? All reports, statements, exhibits, and written communications will be accepted as part of the record. Public hearing is closed, and we'll take that motion.
Mayor, I move that the town board approve ordinance 0925.
I second.
Trustee Eigel made the motion to approve. Trustee Brown seconded. We can vote. It passes unanimously. You must have given a good argument, Kara, so thank you. We'll move on to the next public hearing and continue to have things a little bit out of order. My fault, nobody else's. Ordinance 725, proposed electric rate increase, and all holds true again of the public hearing that will consider the information presented here and from town staff and public comment and written comments received on the hearing. Can ask questions at any time. This is actually a continuation of the public hearing from June 10th on 2025. And so I don't think I need a motion to reopen. I think we're just continuing. So at this point, Director Bergston, you can give us your report.
Ruben, can you turn on your mic?
Thank
See,
you, Mayor.
he
Trustees.
does it too.
Yeah, I thought it was permanently on after, so thanks. Thank you for that. Yes, we are here on the continuation of the electric rate studies. I am actually going to hand it over. We will talk through what we've talked for about the process of how we actually determine how much these rates are going up and how those rates are spread across the different customer classes. And I will introduce Megan Helper from New Gen, who actually performed all the heavy lifting part.
Thank you, Ruben, and thank you, Mayor and trustees, for your time this evening. For our agenda, we'll go through the rate study process. We'll look at the rate study results. We'll also look at historic rate increases and benchmark the current proposed rates and against other municipal utilities, cooperative utilities, and investor-owned utilities. And then finally, we'll show the proposed rates and the bill impacts from those proposed rates. This graphic shows the 5 steps of a rate study process. The first step is the financial forecast and the revenue requirement and financial forecast. Steps 2 through 4 are cost allocation, where we group the utilities expenses into different buckets based on their nature. And the final step is rate design. And we will go into more detail of all of these steps in the next few slides. So as I mentioned, the first step in a rate study is development of a revenue requirement. The revenue requirement is made up of the utility's operating expenses, capital expenses, any debt service requirements, as well as other revenues and expenses. We take a base year, and for Estes Park, we use the 2025 budget as their base year, and then we forecast those expenses into the future. We also look at rate revenues from the utility under the current rates and system load, and we forecast projected rate revenue into the future. And this gives us a global look at the utility's financial health. It shows us if we're meeting our debt service coverage ratio and days cash on hand requirements. It also shows what sort of system-wide revenue increases may be necessary. Once we've developed the revenue requirement, we develop a test year, and that test year can be either an average of years over the study period or one singular year. For Estes Park, we use 2027 as the cost of service test year. Once we've established that test year, we then break up the costs based on the nature of those costs. And there's 3 ways that we do this. The first way is functionalization, where we break it into if it's based on source of supply, distribution, or customer. The second part of cost allocation is cost classification, where we separate those costs based on if they're fixed in nature or variable in nature. And then the final step is allocating those costs to the different customer classes based on how each customer uses the system. This is a typical electric utility configuration. You can see this represents the 4 major functions. There's power, there's generation, transmission, distribution, and then the customer function. This graphic represents the Estes Park utility electric system. Platte River Power Authority is responsible for the generation and transmission of electricity. Once that electricity hits the distribution system, Estes Park takes over and distributes and provides customer service and billing. To describe these functions just a little bit in more depth, generation is where electricity is produced. And power plant portfolios are sized to meet the maximum requirements of the system, and that would be the Platte River Power Authority system. Platte River Power Authority has a goal to transition to predominantly non-carbon energy mix by 2030. Once the electricity is generated, it has to travel long distances over the transmission system. The transmission system is made up of substations, transformers, and lines. And it's sized to meet that maximum demand of the Platte River Power Authority system.
Thank you for making the change to predominantly.
The next 2 functions, once the electricity is transported from generation closer towards the end user, the voltage is stepped down and it's now on the distribution system. The distribution system is also made up of substations, transformers, and lines, but they are sized to serve lower voltages and smaller loads. The final function is the customer function, and again, this is for utility billing, customer service, any programs that the utility may offer. Once we've functionalized those costs, we then split them into if they are related to fixed or variable costs. So source of supply could either be related to demand or energy, demand being a fixed cost, energy being a variable cost. Distribution can be broken up into demand or customer. Both of those are fixed costs. And then finally, customer is just related to customer and is a fixed cost. And this, when we do this, we highlight a common issue among utilities, and that is that for the most part, utilities expenses are fixed in nature, and the revenues are recovered mostly over a variable basis. And so this causes a disconnect between how costs are incurred and how they're recovered. And it's one of the goals of the cost of service study to move towards a more equitable way of collecting those dollars. Finally, the last step in the cost allocation process is we allocate to customer classes. As I mentioned, we split costs into if they're related to demand, energy, or customer. And each one of those cost centers, we allocate to the customer costs differently. So we take different data from each of the different customer class based on what they are doing during Platte River Power Authority's peak, during Estes Park's peak, and then we allocate those costs, those demand costs, based on how each customer class uses the system, during the peaks. Energy costs are allocated based on how much energy is sold to a customer class, and then customer costs are usually allocated to the different customer costs based on a number related to the number in that customer class and how much effort it takes for the utility to offer those customers service. So if it takes more customer service time to serve a certain type of customer, then that is taken into consideration as well. Once we've completed the first 4 steps of the cost of service, we have a cost-based guide for rates. We take any utility policy or board policy, behaviors we want to incentivize, and industry trends. And we design rates that collect sufficient revenue to support the utility. It supports the utility's goals as well as sending a price signal to the customer so that they can change their behavior and benefit themselves by lowering their bill and also benefit the utility by lowering costs. So potential objectives and the best practices for a rate design study. We want to create simplistic rates that offer revenue stability for the utility. We want to make sure our rates are in compliance with any legislation or regulatory matters. And we want to make sure that they're aligning with industry trends as well as the cost of service. If rates are not designed well and don't align with cost of service, there's a potential for revenue insufficiency or not meeting your costs with your revenues, and also having your costs not aligned with the type, or your revenues not aligned with the type of costs that you are incurring. So we'll now get into some of the results from our rate study. This is showing the 2025 budget and the different costs that are incurred by the utility. You can see the largest slice of the pie comes from source of supply. And so that's from Platte River Power Authority, and that is something that Estes Park doesn't necessarily have control over those costs. The second largest slice of the pie is operating expenses, and this is an area where Estes Park does try to make sure they're not spending unnecessarily and limiting costs as much as possible. The third largest piece of the pie is capital from rates. And again, this is another area where Estes Park makes a concerted effort by going out for grants and other funds to support their capital improvement plan. The last 2 small pieces of the pie are capital from rates, so improvements to the system, and the general fund transfer, capital from rates and debt service. So if no action is taken, so if no rate increases are implemented, the utilities reserve fund will be drawn down. There is a policy that reserve fund needs to be at 90 days, and in 2027, that reserve fund will drop below the 90-day requirement if no rate increases are implemented. So the takeaway from that is that we need to implement rate increases, unfortunately. If we don't implement the rate increases now, there will be higher rate increases in later years, and there's potential for rate shock if that is the case. From our study results, it shows that we need a 3.5% revenue increase from current rates. This graphic shows historically Estes Park's rate increases. You can see that from 2027 to current, the 3.5% is lower than typical rate increases that we have been seeing historically. This next slide is from the Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities. They perform benchmarking on an annual basis amongst all of the utilities. So you can see the utilities are on the x-axis, or the bottom axis, and then a typical residential bill with usage of about 700 kilowatt hours is shown by each of these bar graphs. Estes Park is the box that is in white, and it has a bold highlight around it. And so you can see that amongst the municipalities, we are on the higher end of rates. not the highest, so that's always good. And this next slide kind of explains why that is. These are the 4 members of Platte River Power Authority, so Fort Collins, Loveland, and Longmont. And it shows their service area and compared to the number of electric meters that they have on the system. So electric meters means the number of ratepayers that they have making up for all the fixed costs on the system. And so you can see Estes Park's service size is significantly larger than all of the other members, and they have about, anywhere from a third to a sixth of the amount of meters that the other utilities have. And so you guys have a very large spread out system and a smaller number of customers to support that. And that contributes to these higher rates in this community. These are the proposed electric rates for the residential and residential demand class. We tried to make sure that we were limited in increasing customer charges, since that is the portion of the bill that the customer cannot control. These are the other 2 residential classes that Estes Parks offers. These are the optional time of day and time of day basic rates. Again, we made an effort to make sure that those customer charges were not raised unnecessarily high. This slide shows some bill impacts. We took average usage from all of the customers in that customer class and applied current rates and phase 1 rates. You can see that residential customers can expect to see about a 2 to a 2.5% rate increase, depending on what residential rate they take service under. And that equates to, anywhere from about a $2 to an $8 increase in your bill. In the bill. These are the proposed small commercial rates. The customer charge in this class was close to cost of service, and so we increased it in phase 1, but then held it flat for the rest of the phases. This next slide shows the bill impacts to the small commercial customers. Again, this is about the small commercial customers will see approximately a 3% rate increase, which is approximately $5 to $9 change in their bill. And I will open up to questions from the board.
Is there any member of the public who wishes to make a comment before we get into trustee comments and questions? Come on up. You've got 3 minutes. State your name and address.
My name is Bill Urquhart. I live at 1955 Homestead Lane. I am familiar with the process that was used, and I've read the consulting report. I also have some personal experience working for a power company and several thousand cost plus price assessments in other commodity businesses. A year ago, I spent 2 weeks on this. This time I spent 1 day. So I'm going down to 0. Part of that experience last year was talking to about 20 of your customers. I didn't ask if they were commercial or residential. I think the interests align. Your customers told me 3 things when I asked them. The first was inordinately high praise for your O&M unit response. I've never seen a response like that. And 2 fairness complaints. One was your price is too high and you're making too much money off your monopoly service. So where are the fairness issues in your rate basis? Well, you've seen some information comparing you to Fort Collins, Longmont, and another site. The fairness issues, though, are still troubling. And I'm not suggesting that you delay your vote, that you not approve these rates. Those loan covenants are very important. You have to take care of them. But you need to apply a little bit more work, not a lot. This can be done from consultants. It can be done by your staff to put these fairness points to rest. I got 1 minute? All right. Building confidence consists of 2 items. It's consistency with best industry practice and reasonableness. A lot of your arguments so far that I've heard deal with reasonableness. You need a different type of benchmarking. And I'll be happy to talk offline about that if you're interested in hearing. All right, thank you.
Sheesh, no trouble with that button. Any other communications been received in regard to the hearing which are not in the town board packet?
Nothing additional, Mayor.
Board of Trustees, are there further questions concerning this topic? And you'll also have the opportunity after we have a motion and a second.
You want to call on me?
Trustee Brown.
Thank you. I had thought that this was going to be an overall 3.5% increase, and yet all of these categories you just went through were less than 3%. So are we soaking the large commercial customers and the town? I mean, somebody's paying more to make it 3.5%.
So yes, the large commercial, municipal, Rocky Mountains rates, those ones are going up more than 3%. So that's where that's getting made up for.
But what is the reason?
So when we do the cost of service study, we look at when each of these customers are peaking and how much they're contributing to peak.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Which indicates how much fixed costs they're incurring on the system.
I got it.
And so then we allocate those costs, and so the rate increases follow the cost of service.
So there's a higher cost of service for those other ones. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Hazelton.
Mayor, I would move to approve ordinance 07-25.
That's good, though. I have to.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking for a motion.
Touche. Seeing no other comments at this point, all reports, statements, exhibits, and written communications presented will be accepted as part of the record. Thank you, Megan, again for your expertise. The public hearing is closed. I'll take that motion now. Okay, I'll take it as stated. I need a second.
I'll second.
Trustee Hazelton moved to approve. Trustee Brown seconded the motion. Any further comments? We can, uno momento.
Just one brief comment. It's interesting. I had a great discussion with Ruben about this. He helped me with a lot of stuff. One thing that's interesting in that graph about the reserve funds, because one thing we hear a lot about is the payback to the general fund. And that's been traditional for a long time. Why we did it is hard to even find out exactly why that's been done. But the interesting thing is if we completely did away with that, we would still be below our reserve by 2027. So even though it is something we could look at, that's not going to solve our problem. When people talk about how much we transfer the general fund, completely eliminated it, we still would be below our reserve amounts by 2027. So we have to have some kind of an increase.
And I believe that's something that perhaps in the long run, we work in the direction of reducing that. I think the historic reason, if I can state it with a total layman's statement, is that electricity did make money that kept the rest of the wheels of the town going. One way of looking at it. And as things have changed, that can be gradually revisited, but you couldn't cut it off all at once. All right, Without further ado, we can take a vote. And it passes unanimously. Director Bergston.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees.
Do
I just came to shut the slideshow down, so the next.
Oh, okay. Aren't you past your curfew? What are you doing here?
Restate your name and address, please, before you shut down the slideshow.
Okay, we can move on. I believe that the next item is Resolution 6625. Somebody tell me if I picked the wrong one here. Making certain findings of fact regarding the proposed annexation of Elkhorn Lodge Phase 2 to the town of Estes Park. And all holds true of the prior public hearings with where we'll get our information and make our decision. And you can ask questions any time. This public hearing is open. That was a pretty weak gavel, wasn't it? I'd point out again that this is not approval of the annexation. This is again an interim step in the preparation. So, Mr. Hornbeck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. So as a quick reminder where we are in the process for this annexation, a referral for the Elkhorn Lodge Phase 2 annexation was brought to the board in March of this year. The first, I believe as Trustee Lancaster put it, perfunctory step was the substantial compliance resolution in May, where the board found that the contents of the petition were in line with state statute requirements. We are now considering the eligibility, whether the property is eligible for annexation, and future steps would consider whether the board wants to annex the property. So the board's action and authority at this stage is to review, to determine if the territory is eligible for annexation. Staff has completed a review of the annexation and does find the annexation application meets criteria of the Municipal Annexation Act, including the 1/6 contiguity requirement. In this case, approximately 1/4 of the property is contiguous with the town, and that a community of interest exists between the area proposed to be annexed and the annexing municipality. The fact that the 1/6 contiguity exists is in and of itself enough to find that that community of interest exists as stated in the state statute in the Municipal Annexation Act. So the annexation map, the highlighted north boundary is that portion which is I'm losing my words here. Contiguous, thank you. Contiguous boundary, again, approximately 1/4. Advantages, disadvantages, the finding the application eligible for annexation would be consistent with requirements of the Colorado Constitution, Colorado revised statutes. Disadvantages, staff has not identified any disadvantages in determining the property eligible for annexation. Staff recommends approval of the resolution, making certain findings of fact regarding eligibility of the Elkhorn Lodge Phase 2 annexation. No finance resource impacts are expected with this resolution. Public interest is high in this annexation. Sample motions provided for your reference, and do want to note the applicants are present as well. And that's all I have for you.
Is there any member of the public wishing to make a comment on this item? Was that a hand raised? You got, I guess I should put my glasses on. You can come on down. I go between having to see long distance and everything up here where I don't wear glasses for it, so I put them on and off.
My name is Caitlin Reeves, and I live at 260 Elm Road. I guess I just had a couple questions about the eligibility of the annexation. Mr. Hornbeck didn't read the second part of the requirement. Aside from the perimeter eligibility, it also says that said area is urban or will be urbanized in the near future. And that said area is integrated with or capable of being integrated with the annex municipality. I guess that the urbanization was the question that I had because the property isn't currently urban. And that would only make me assume that the town would be moving forward to not only annex, but also rezone that property. It's currently rural estate, which isn't exactly prime for urbanization. So the RE zoning district is designed per code to protect and preserve the area's rural character. This includes area with significant viewshed, woodland, rock outcroppings, and ridge lines. The district encourages low-density residential development while prioritizing the preservation of sensitive environmental areas. It's vital to understand that the 40 acres in question meets every benchmark of rural character set forth in the Estes Valley Code. Because the property is not currently urban, one must assume the town agrees to strip away the protection of the rural estate zoning in order to meet the future urbanization criteria. If this is not the town's intention, I argue that the property does not meet the criteria to be annexed. This proposal must be considered with the utmost caution and seriousness. I plead you tread cautiously and carefully while considering the future impact of forfeiting our non-renewable sources to dense development. I guess that's all I have for that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other public comments? Town clerk, any communications received in regard to this that aren't in the board packet?
Nothing additional, Mayor.
Board of Trustees, additional questions, and you'll also have the opportunity after the motion and the second. Seeing none, all reports, statements, exhibits, and written communications presented will be accepted as part of the record. Public hearing closed. I'll take a motion.
I move to approve Resolution 66-25.
A second.
Trustee Hazelton moved to approve this resolution. Mayor Pro Tem Sinak seconded. Any other comments or questions?
If Paul wanted to, do you want to address that question we had about the urbanization? I wouldn't mind hearing your input on that, please.
Yeah, my reading of the statute is that's, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up as I speak here. Give me just a moment. I don't know if Attorney White has an opinion, but I'm happy to give mine. Yeah, the statute speaks to I can read it here. The fact that the area proposed to be annexed has the contiguity with the annexing municipality required by paragraph A of this subsection 1 shall be basis for finding of compliance with these requirements. Unless the governing body, upon the basis of competent evidence, finds two of the following are shown to exist, and staff's analysis is that those two following things do not exist. It speaks to agricultural use, less than 50% of the property owners using the property for annexation, agricultural, et cetera. So I don't believe it applies.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Hazelton? And I'm not sure I'm really hitting the point, but one of the ways I look at this, and I know that this board, a lot of members of this board generally support annexation where the opportunity arises to eventually bring more of the area in our mountain cradle into the town limits for a lot of good reasons eventually, regardless of the ultimate use of the property. And I tend to fall in that camp also. So annexation doesn't guarantee urbanization or roads or anything. Annexation is annexation. That's how I see it in my simple mind. So any other comments or questions?
No, my biggest comment is, this actually does not mean that we're annexing it at this point.
No.
I want to make sure everybody understands
Correct.
that. But the other thing that we talked about last time was, and a lot of things that people didn't understand, was that one of the benefits of annexation is that then that property is controlled by your representatives right here. Whereas when it's not annexed, it's not under our control. And so I think there's a lot of pluses to the locals being able to control, or at least decide what's going on that property versus non-locals. So just wanted to make that
And
comment.
I'm sure there'd be people that would debate that.
100%, but that's my thought
Good
of it.
point. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. We can vote on the motion. Good to go. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Let's see. The next item is resolution, resolution 6725. This is not a public hearing. And this is the 2045 transportation plan. I saw Manager Klein showed up in his pajamas, so he's here somewhere. And you can give us your report.
I would be happy to, Mayor. Good evening, Dana Klein. I serve as your parking and transit manager within Public Works. The item before you is a request to consider adoption of the 2045 Transportation Plan. Your packet includes a comprehensive memo, resolution, links to the complete documents, executive summaries, and some letters of recommendation. Just for purpose of some background, on December 10th, 2024, at a study session, the Public Works staff presented a report, and the town board offered initial impressions and comments of the draft 2045 Transportation Plan documents. Those documents include the 2045 Multimodal Transportation Plan, we're also going to call that the MTP, and the 2030 Transit Development Plan, the TDP. Feedback from that session at the study session from the town board, particularly regarding the length of those plans and then the lack of executive summaries, have been addressed in the revised plans, and those are in your packet this evening. Additionally, your packet contains those letters of recommendation from the Transportation Advisory Board for the adoption of the plan. As Trustee Igo mentioned earlier today, that letter also included individual comments and concerns from each tab member, and those are part of your packet as well. Some way back information on this. Back in July of 2023, the town board approved a contract with Kimley Horn to develop these two distinct yet complementary plans, the MTP and the TDP, for the town. The project was a component of the 2023 town board strategic plan under the transportation sections. Consultant work on these plans began late 2023, early 24. A steering committee of select business owners and other stakeholders was assembled to guide the initial phases of the document development along with the input from TAB. The list of desired projects was developed through significant input. We had over 700 responses and comments to the initial outreach method that we did with the public through an online comment portal. And then we also included a public meeting in May of 2024 that yielded a few public attendees who provided some comments on the plan. And then with the help of TAB, we whittled that down from 100+ projects to 78 that were categorized into project types, vehicle, active transportation, and transit, and then we prioritized those for inclusion. Those draft documents were first revised to address the initial comments of the town staff and the TAB, and then released for public comment through the web links on November 13th of 2024. And then that comment period was closed on January 10th of 25, and those plans have been revised based on public, TAB and staff comments since that time. We are pleased tonight to have Aidan Johan, a planner with Kimley Horn, and Jonathan Mostero, a planner with Nelson Nygaard, present with us this evening, and they're both authors of this plan. We also prepared a presentation included in your packet. Be happy to go through that presentation, but in the interest of time, since it's in your packet, we would be happy to just entertain your questions and comments at this time on this resolution.
Before we open it up to comments, I'll ask if there are public comments on this particular topic. Any member of the public? Seeing none, one of the comments I wanted to make, and I made it at the very beginning of this board meeting, that I actually appreciated, not actually, I appreciated the several comments from the different Transportation Advisory Board members relating to the plan. It gave a good cross-section of thought. There were some things where people thought it went a little too far on something, where it went a little too short on something, and yet in general, there seemed to be good affirmation. There was a strong statement about the fact that this really is fluid in the future. You know, this really, each of those projects depends on other actions and funding to actually happen, and by the time you get to 2045, I think we all know not everything in that plan will occur. Some other things might occur, and different boards and different staffers will help impact that evolving process. But it gives a baseline, a foundation, and it touches a lot of the bases that we need to touch in the future. And that's why I like it, and I liked the varied commentary on it. No question at the end of that, but are there other questions from the town board?
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say it's quite the plan. I enjoyed looking through it very much. It was very interesting to me. So kudos to all the hard work that you put into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other commentary? Lacking comments or questions, and I appreciate you folks being here. I wish I had a question for you. I would take a motion on this.
Well, I will make a motion to approve Resolution 67-25, the 2045 Transportation Plan.
I'll second.
Trustee Youngland, motion to approve. Mayor Pro Tem Sinak, seconded. We can vote on the resolution.
Still waiting on one vote.
Thanks, Dana. Thanks
Thank
to
you all.
your helpers there. And thanks certainly to the TAB for the work that they put into this. I watched several of the sessions where it was coming into formation, and I was amazed that at the end of it, after the volume of discussion, that such a nice coherent piece of work
Thank you,
appeared
Mayor.
at the end. So good work.
It was a good process. Thank you all.
Yeah. We will move on to Resolution 6825, amendment to the, where are we at on the clock? I think I have to have a motion. Yeah, to finish these last two items, I think I need an 11 o'clock motion.
No, because we did it. We said the whole.
Oh, we said for the, okay, right. We'll continue 6825, not a continue, it's a resolution. The 2005 Continental Water Bank water lease agreement, and we have Director Bergson to give us the report.
Thank you very much, Mayor, trustees. You probably heard me say this before. I don't know if it's quoted, whiskeys for drinking, waters for fighting in the West. So the reason this is before the town board tonight is because we are talking about the town's water rights. It's a very big deal. So what's going on with our water rights is the state generally requires anybody that uses water and doesn't return all of it back to the river or its source, they have to do what's called provide replacement water through an augmentation plan. That includes people on wells. And so if you're using a well, you don't return all the water back. So you are required to replace that consumptive use water. There's a company called Continental Water Bank, started in
2005.
2005, thank you. And what they did is they provided the means and methods for people on a well to come to them, and we provide that replacement water through Continental Water Bank. So it's a very convoluted way to make our community successful for people who need to augment their well. What's changed is after 20 years of this agreement, it's very difficult to monetize the 6 CBT units that were transferred to us. We basically just use water. We don't go out and try and market it and try and make the most money. So what we're doing and what we're proposing is to actually give those water rights back to the company and increase the annual charge that we charge for that. So that was negotiated. There's also some contractual language in there regarding voluntary annexation, or can't remember the exact word. However, the amendment to this agreement is before you, and I will be happy to answer any questions. And if I can't answer them, I'll have Greg White answer.
Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Apparently not. Trustees, do you have questions for Director Bergston? In that case, we can go to a motion.
I'll move to approve Resolution 6825.
Second.
Trustee Lancaster, motion to approve 6825. Trustee Hazelton seconded. We can vote.
I have a comment.
Oh, you have a comment.
So
Okay.
I just want to be transparent. Our business is a purchaser of Continental Water rights. We augment with them, but I feel very comfortable making my vote tonight. It won't affect how I vote. So, but I just wanted to let you know.
Right. We can vote. Thanks for making that statement, Trustee Youngland. Thanks, Director, for the good work and the late presentation. It's not as late as last time. And we will move on to our last public hearing. Yeah, don't say that.
Did I miss the vote? You guys voted?
Yeah. It was.
All right, one more, and Travis, huh?
It was 7.
It's unanimous.
It was 7-0. So
Thank you
in
very
favor.
much.
Yeah,
So
there you
one
go.
last item, if it's unanimous, I guess Travis has to take me out to lunch tomorrow.
We're on to the final public hearing, which is action item 5, ordinance 1025, land lease with Platte River Power Authority for Lot 4, Elm Road, second edition. All of the other items framing these public hearings hold true of the information we'll consider in this public hearing. And you can ask questions anytime. So this hearing is open, and it says, oh, you and Superintendent Lockhart.
Yes, and actually, I don't have a presentation, but if you could help me project this up on what's on my computer up there, thanks. So just south of the transfer station, F.O. Stanley decided to give the town a whole lot of land in that area, including this green section that is just south of the transfer station. So Platte River Power Authority is going to be procuring batteries, quite a large number of them, and hopefully you will never have to use them for any blackouts, but it will definitely improve our resiliency against any such events. So, yeah, the ask is that we lease this land to Platte River Power Authority, who will then turn around and lease it to a company that will put the batteries in place and take care of them for a number of years. This is all in an effort to reduce our carbon footprint and help us shut down the Rawhide coal plant. So I'll answer any questions.
Do we have any public comment in the meantime in regard to this topic? Seeing none at this point, I want to affirm my substantial, complete support for this. The necessity to begin moving to a battery infrastructure is critical to the green efforts, as well as the dependability, as well as the affordability, the three big factors, not necessarily in that order, that we demand of our electric utility. This is a very important step. I believe all three of the other municipalities are moving in similar directions, and it's the way to go for the future for the storage and readiness, and so I'm all in favor of this. Trustee Brown.
I just have a couple of questions. Do we know how many batteries are going to be put there? Are they going to be in a structure? Are they going to have to go through a development plan?
They will have to go through a development plan, and so
Okay.
you'll see a lot more pictures and images.
So, we don't really know how many batteries are, okay. One
it's,
really big one.
Well, they're multiples.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're tied together.
And this, it'll be smaller than the footprint that we put it up
Yeah,
here.
sure. But that's the land that's available, right? Okay, thank you.
So, kind of along those same lines, is the lease then contingent on the approval of the development plan? I mean, I don't want the development plan turned down, but we've leased it to Power Authority for 50 years and nothing happens with it.
I imagine that Platte River would be happy to give it back to us if they can't get the development plan approved, but I can't imagine any reason where the development plan would not be approved.
Yeah. This is a really.
Maybe I'm a little optimistic. Am I too optimistic?
Can't put those little batteries in the trash can.
You haven't been doing land use very long.
No, I haven't.
The only concern would be, and that was just the development plan, is this is a really visible site.
Mm-hmm.
And it's right on the entranceway to Rocky Mountain National Park. Now, I know that area, one of our only areas is zoned industrial. I don't know if this lot is, but around there is. But still, I think some of that development, that the aesthetics is going to have to be a major consideration of the design. I think it'd be designed around, but it's not like this is in an industrial park next to a substation. And by substation, I mean electrical, not police, yes. So that's a consideration for it there as well. And the other is, I'm sure there'll be questions about the fire safety. Are these like large lithium batteries?
Yeah.
And I know there's issue with lithium.
That has been an industry issue that they're designing into all the future batteries. So yeah, those questions.
Because the other
will be
partners
addressed.
aren't located in the middle of a fire-prone area like we are.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty rocky area, which makes it difficult to construct on. But yeah, all of those items can be brought up, and we'll discuss them through the development plan.
And it is really rocky. I tell you, I was involved in the construction of the original transfer station in the early 80s. And we went way over budget because we had to blast the whole way to get the sewer line through there and the water. you couldn't dig anything through there.
Yeah.
It's a tough piece of property. Thanks.
Trustee Eigel.
Trustee Lancaster asked several of my questions. So my first question is the value of that land. Could be retail land. What is it zoned?
Industrial.
It is, so that
I think
whole
it's called
area-
heavy commercial, actually.
So the whole area is, so it'll be very visible, there'll be an environmental component. I'm glad to hear there will be a development process that will be able to get the community input, so that alleviates some of my concerns. I read in the rent that it's $10 a year to rent that, to lease that, and if the subcontractor, the third party rents that for more, then the town will get a little piece of that. There are always money concerns, right? Because the town owns the property, it's valuable,
Right.
and if we're going to let it go for nothing, there will be some concern, as I might have. Cost of the land, concern about environmental impact with the type of batteries. I don't think the project is a bad idea. The location doesn't feel ideal to me with the use of land. So are there other options for this facility on town-owned property?
I'm not aware of, we found a wonderful spot in the fairgrounds, which everybody, of course, will tell you, well, that's not recreational use, that would revert back to the Stanleys, so you can't use it there.
Sure.
So that was the only other piece of town property that we looked at.
Okay, so I will look forward to the development process, but I would support this going forward to learn more about the opportunity.
I will say, you know, as far as the $10 lease, anything we charge them, we got to pay for it ourselves. And so the concern, there was quite a bit of discussion and concern around, okay, well, if Estes Park charges $10 and somebody else charges $1 million a year in one of
Who's
the other
paid for it? Right,
communities.
we're gonna pay for it. I get
Well, so then there's a language in that agreement, was referred to as the most favored nation clause. If another community decides they have to charge more money,
Yeah.
we will charge the exact same amount.
I saw
So it's equitable.
But we also have to consider the value to us, because the value to us of this is continuity of power. When the power goes out, I think this is supposed to cover like 1,300 of the buildings in town. And then eventually, we'll build this infrastructure out more as we get more and more green, and it gives us that dependable foundation of power as we continue to move in that direction. So there's great value to us. even
Mayor, I have to
considering
add that I don't really care how the power gets here, I just want to get the power. I've heard
I
it.
think there's a quote, we should put up that video.
That sounds familiar somehow.
Yeah, but there are people that are anti-lithium.
Yep.
So, you know, it's not just a done deal. But for now, I'll trust the method and the procedure.
Yeah, the process, I mean, it will go through the process, so you'll see it again.
And aesthetic-wise, I think batteries are beautiful, but there you go, old tech guys.
Mines are not.
Anyway, is there any further questions or comments? Any other communications, town clerk, that are not in the board packet?
Nothing additional, Mayor.
And then all report statements, exhibits, and written communications will be accepted as part of the record. Public hearing is closed. Okay, motion.
I move for the approval of ordinance 10-25.
I second.
Trustee Hazelton moved to approve. Trustee Brown seconded. We can vote. Well, 2 in a row. Thanks,
Thank you very
folks.
much.
And any other comments from folks? Seeing none, this session is adjourned.